The Hubble Space Telescope is an orbiting observatory that was launched in 1990. Ground-based observations of the stars are limited because of the blurring effects of the Earth's atmosphere. But because the Hubble telescope is in orbit about 380 miles above the Earth, it can produce sharper images than telescopes on the surface. The Hubble Large Primary Mirror reflects light from space to a second mirror. The light bounces off this mirror and passes through a hole in the center of the primary mirror. Special equipment then records the picture. But after the telescope was launched, NASA engineers discovered that the primary mirror was not focusing correctly. In 1993, astronauts in the space shuttle were sent to repair the optics, a job that was made easier because the telescope was designed to be repaired in space. The crash of the stock market in October 1929 signaled the beginning of the Great Depression, the worst economic crisis of the 20th century. Everyone was selling, but no one was buying. Caught between bad loans that could not be repaid and nervous depositors who wanted to close their accounts, banks ran out of money and were forced to close, and businesses that needed credit to operate had to shut down. In 1933, the lowest point of the Depression, 1 of every 4 workers in America was unemployed, over 13 million people. American farmers by the thousands lost their farms because of falling prices for farm products. Several years of drought only made things worse for farmers in what came to be known as the Dust Bowl area of the country. Many farm families, forced from their homes, became migrant laborers in California. Jobless and homeless, huge numbers of Americans were thrown into extreme poverty. Charities set up soup kitchens and bread lines, but hunger and misery stalked the streets and countryside. Camps of homeless people sprang up in the vacant lots and open spaces of cities across America. These collections of shacks and tents were called Hoovervilles, after Herbert Hoover, the President of the United States when the Depression began. Frustrated and demoralized, many Americans took their protests to the streets, demanding government action. Franklin D. Roosevelt, elected president in 1932, promised a new deal for the people. His administration started many programs designed to put people to work and bring the country out of the Depression. But the Depression did not end until after the United States entered World War II and began producing large quantities of war materials. NASA began the Space Shuttle project in 1972. The shuttle's ability to land like an airplane makes it easier and less expensive to land than earlier spacecraft, which splashed down at sea. The reusable spacecraft was designed to make up to 100 missions. The first manned space shuttle mission blasted off from Cape Canaveral in 1981. The shuttle Columbia carried United States astronauts John W. Young and Robert L. Crippen on a 54-hour orbital flight. The shuttle was carried back to Cape Canaveral on top of a modified 747 jumbo jet. Astronauts aboard later space shuttle flights have performed a variety of missions, including launching satellites, retrieving and repairing them, and conducting experiments in biology and other fields. Apollo 11 was the first space mission to land a human being on the moon. On July 16, 1969, astronauts Michael Collins, Edwin E. Aldrin Jr., and Neil A. Armstrong blasted off from Cape Kennedy, now called Cape Canaveral. The Apollo lunar landing mission used 2 spacecraft, a command module that stayed in orbit around the moon, and a lunar module that separated from the command module, landed the astronauts on the moon, and brought them back to the command module. On July 20th, 4 days after liftoff, Armstrong and Aldrin piloted the lunar module to a successful landing on a large flat area of the moon called the Sea of Tranquility.
I'm going to step off the limb now. That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
While on the moon, the astronauts set up scientific equipment and collected rocks and soil samples. They returned to Earth on July 24th. Thomas Edison was one of the greatest inventors and industrial leaders in history. Among his nearly 1,100 patents, the most ever issued to one person are the phonograph, which became the first practical method of recording and playing back sounds, a motion picture camera and projector, and the incandescent lamp, an inexpensive and safe source of light for everyday use in homes. Among Edison's greatest achievements was the development of one of the first research laboratories. Here in Menlo Park and West Orange, New Jersey, Edison and his assistants developed thousands of inventions. Before the Berlin Wall was built in 1961, as many as 1,000 people a day emigrated from East Germany to escape communist rule and seek a better standard of living in the West. The East German government built the Berlin Wall to stop this tremendous drain of its people, many of whom were from its educated and professional classes. Berlin quickly became a divided city, first with barbed wire and then with massive stone walls. The wall did not stop everyone. Desperate escape attempts made many Cold War headlines. Some were successful and some were not. Over 170 people died trying to cross the wall, most shot to death by border guards. During the 1970s and 80s, relations between East and West Germany improved slightly. In 1989, popular protests in East Germany against travel and emigration restrictions forced the East German government to open the wall. Most of the wall was torn down, but a few sections remain as memorials. After 4 years of work, including thousands of glider flights, Orville and Wilbur Wright built their first airplane, called the Flyer. Made mostly from wood and cloth and powered by a 12-horsepower engine, the plane had a control system that allowed the pilot to maintain wing balance during flight. Near Kitty Hawk, North Carolina, in December 1903, Orville Wright piloted the Flyer in a 12-second, 120-foot flight, thus becoming the first person to successfully fly an engine-driven, heavier-than-air machine. As the Wrights continued their experiments, they made longer and longer flights. Henry Ford was the leading manufacturer of American automobiles in the early 1900s. He revolutionized the young automobile industry by developing the assembly line method of production. By manufacturing his own parts and developing a huge system of conveyors to bring the parts to the assembly line, Ford reduced the costs of manufacturing automobiles. And Ford passed on much of the savings created by assembly line production to his customers. In 1908, when the Ford Motor Company introduced the Model T, it cost $850. By 1924, assembly line innovations helped reduce the price of a Model T to $290. An automobile was now within reach of the average family. Classical ballet technique is based on a position of the legs called the turnout. This is the first of 5 positions. This is the second. Third. Fourth. And fifth. The plie, or bending of the legs, is the springboard for all movements. This pirouette from 4th position incorporates a plie. Point work, or dancing on the toes, is a special technique for women and requires great strength in the feet and ankles. Ballet uses these and numerous other positions and movements in a seemingly endless variety of combinations. In the floor exercise, the gymnast must perform a continuous series of movements that require flexibility, balance, and strength. There are reasons why dogs chase their tails, dig, eat grass, and pant. Dogs chase their tails for several reasons. In puppies, the behavior may be instinctive. They chase their tails and anything else that moves, much like their wild ancestors chased prey. While puppies chase for fun, the same behavior in adult dogs could be a sign of a problem, such as lack of exercise or not enough attention from their owner. Or there might be a medical problem that causes hindquarter discomfort, like fleas. Dogs enjoy digging, a habit passed on from their wild ancestors who often buried food to protect it from other animals. Dogs eat grass because they enjoy it. It's also a way for dogs to relieve digestive problems. Grass causes them to vomit, which makes them feel better. Panting helps the dog cool off. Dogs don't sweat like people because they don't have sweat glands in their skin. When a dog pants, saliva on its tongue and mouth evaporates, which helps lower the animal's body temperature. On the pommel horse, the gymnast must support his weight entirely with his hands while performing a series of swinging maneuvers. This maneuver is known as the scissors. On the ring exercise, the gymnast must try to keep the rings motionless while he executes a number of difficult maneuvers with his body. The gymnast performs swings, handstands, and other movements on the parallel bars. He also does holding positions, which require him to remain motionless for 1 or 2 seconds. On the horizontal bar, the gymnast must perform acrobatic moves without coming to a stop. The exercise ends with a dismount. The uneven parallel bars event requires the gymnast to execute difficult maneuvers on both bars while in constant motion. On the balance beam, the gymnast tries to use the entire length of the beam. The advanced gymnast may perform somersaults, back handsprings, or cartwheels. In the floor exercise, the gymnast demonstrates her skills in acrobatics, tumbling, and dancing. Rhythmic gymnasts are judged on the grace and difficulty of various maneuvers performed with equipment such as a ribbon, clubs, or hoop.
Adolf Hitler began his rise to political power in Germany in 1919, the year after World War I ended. The German Empire had been defeated and the nation's economy lay in ruins. He joined a small discussion group in the city of Munich. He soon became the group's leader and named the group the National Socialist German Workers' Party. The group became known as the Nazi Party. Hitler declared that the Nazi Party could restore the economy, provide jobs for all, and lead Germany to greatness again. He quickly built up party membership, partly by his ability to stir crowds with his speeches. On November 8, 1923, Hitler put this ability to the test. At a rally in a Munich beer hall, Hitler proclaimed a Nazi revolution, or putsch. The next day, he tried to seize the government of the German state of Bavaria in what became known as the Beer Hall Putsch. Hitler was supported by more than 2,000 stormtroopers, members of the Nazi Party's private army. But the Beer Hall Putsch failed. State police opened fire and stopped the procession. 16 marchers were killed. Hitler was arrested and sentenced to 5 years in prison. While in prison, he began writing the book he called Mein Kampf, or My Struggle. He was released from prison after less than a year and continued working on the book. Hitler and the Nazis did not gain wide support among Germans until the Great Depression began in 1929. This severe economic slump affected countries all over the world. Discontented Germans, fearing hunger and unemployment, began turning to the Nazi Party in increasing numbers. When elections were held in 1932, the Nazis emerged as Germany's strongest political party. Hitler was able to persuade Germany's president to name him chancellor or head of the German government, even though the majority of the German people and the leading politicians did not want to see Hitler get that post. They feared that Hitler would make himself dictator and set up a reign of terror. On January 30th, 1933, Hitler took office and indeed quickly moved toward making himself Germany's absolute ruler. His government outlawed freedom of the press, labor unions, and all political parties except the Nazi Party. They set up concentration camps for anyone suspected of opposing the government. Jews and members of other minority groups were rounded up and imprisoned in these camps. There, they were killed or used as forced labor. Hitler built Germany into a powerful war machine. The Nazis held rallies that featured thousands of troops, and Hitler used these rallies to impress the German people and persuade them to accept his plan to establish Germany as the world's leading power. Hitler then sent his troops marching into Austria and Czechoslovakia, and next into Poland. When Hitler invaded Poland, Britain and France declared war on Germany. World War II had begun.
Abraham Lincoln was President of the United States from 1861 to 1865. During this time, he kept the Union together during the Southern Secession and the Civil War, and brought about the end of slavery in the United States. Lincoln was born on the American frontier in a log cabin in Kentucky. At 7 years old, Abe moved to Indiana with his family. Bears and other wild animals roamed the forests. As in Kentucky, a log cabin provided shelter for the Lincolns in Indiana. Log cabins sheltered many Americans at that time and did not signify poverty. His family was as comfortable as most of their neighbors, and Abe was well fed and clothed. Abe's mother died in 1818 when he was 9. A year later, his father married Sarah Bush Johnston, a widow. Abe's new stepmother had 3 of her own children and brought them with her to the Lincoln cabin. Her arrival at the cabin ended the long months of loneliness that had followed the death of Abe's mother. Education was a problem for Abraham Lincoln on the frontier of 19th century America. Books and paper were scarce. Young Abe was an eager reader and learner, and he would walk long distances to borrow books. At night, he read by the light of the fireplace. Like other children of his time, Abe made his own arithmetic textbook, several pages of which still exist. Though Abraham Lincoln had less than a year of formal schooling, he continued studying throughout his life and educated himself. He went on to become a lawyer, a member of the United States House of Representatives, an outstanding writer and speaker, and of course, President of the United States.
Let me assert my firm belief that the only thing we have to fear is fear itself.
Franklin Delano Roosevelt was elected President of the United States 4 times, in 1932, 1936, 1940, and 1944. No other person has been elected more than twice. During his long presidency, Roosevelt led the United States through the economic depths of the Great Depression and the perilous times of World War II. To many people, Roosevelt, or FDR as the president was often called, was a symbol of great strength during those difficult times. Yet he himself had to overcome a severe physical weakness. He was born in Hyde Park, New York in 1882. In 1905, he married Eleanor Roosevelt, a distant cousin, and had 6 children, one of whom died in infancy. In 1921, he was struck with polio at his family's summer home. Damage to his legs was such that he was unable to stand or even move his legs. His back, arms, and legs became partially paralyzed. He could no longer hold a pen to write. But FDR fought back against the crippling disease. He regained use of his hands, and paralysis left his back. Many months of exercising with gymnasium equipment developed great strength in his arms and shoulders. He also swam regularly as a strengthening exercise. Roosevelt began trying to walk again despite several bad falls. His legs improved a little, but he never could walk unaided again or without leg braces. Before his polio attack, Roosevelt had been a New York State Senator, Assistant Secretary of the Navy, and an unsuccessful 1920 Democratic candidate for Vice President of the United States. After the attack, Roosevelt devoted himself increasingly to politics, along with his exercises. In spite of his handicap, he became an energetic, tireless campaigner. He was elected governor of New York in 1928 and re-elected in 1930. In 1932, he began his unmatched string of 4 victories in presidential elections. Though confined to a wheelchair most of the time, the wheelchair was not visible in photographs or newsreels, and many Americans never even realized he was crippled. Many legendary stories exist about George Washington, the first president of the United States of America. One well-known story illustrating his honesty claims that George, as a child, chopped down a cherry tree. He then confessed the deed to his father, explaining, "I cannot tell a lie." These tales may have no basis in fact, but their existence illustrates the high regard in which Washington has been held throughout the history of the United States. The adult George Washington was described by one of his officers during the Revolutionary War as first in war, first in peace, and first in the hearts of his countrymen. Washington was called first in war because he was the military leader of the American colonial forces that defeated the British in the Revolutionary War from 1775 to 1783. He was first in peace because he became one of the chief leaders of a post-war group of men who created the unified nation of the United States of America. He presided over the Constitutional Convention of 1787, which created the Constitution of the United States. And he served as the first president of the new nation from 1789 to 1797. Because of his leadership, character, and contributions to the nation, he has been revered by Americans for more than 200 years, placing him first in the hearts of his countrymen. During his lifetime, some people even wanted to make Washington a king. Ever since the Revolutionary War, Washington's birthday has been celebrated throughout the country, and American school children have studied his life and deeds. The nation's capital was named after him, and he is the only president for whom a state was named. Washington's likeness appears on both the $1 bill and the quarter, and countless features such as towns, streets, and schools were named in his honor. Washington spent much of his life at Mount Vernon, his estate in Virginia, and he was buried there after his death in 1799.
The Great Barrier Reef is the largest group of coral reefs in the world and one of Australia's most popular tourist attractions. The reef is actually a broken chain of more than 2,500 reefs, which runs approximately 2,010 kilometres along the northeast coast of Australia. Many small islands are also scattered throughout the reef. The waters around the reef remain warm all year. These warm waters and the beauty of the coral formations attract large numbers of swimmers and skin divers to the reef. The coral that forms the Great Barrier Reef is made of hardened skeletons of dead water animals called polyps. Billions of living coral polyps from approximately 400 different species are attached to the reef. Among these species are the staghorn coral, brine coral, honeycomb coral, leaf coral, table coral, and mound coral. The polyps come in a rainbow of colors, including blue, green, purple, red, and yellow. In addition to the coral polyps, the reef supports a fascinating variety of life, including about 1,500 species of fish. These include angelfish, cod, manta rays, mackerel, butterfly fish, and surgeonfish. Crabs, giant clams, shrimps, crayfish, sea urchins, sea stars, sea cucumbers, sea fans, sponges, sea anemones, and sea turtles are just a few of the other animals that live on the reef.
Pearl Harbor is a sheltered harbor on the Hawaiian island of Oahu. During the early 1900s, it became a base for the United States Navy. In the 1930s, Japan, controlled by military leaders, became increasingly aggressive against its Asian neighbors, invading and occupying Manchuria and part of China. The United States called for an end to the aggression, but Japanese troops invaded southern Indochina in July 1941. In response, the United States cut off its exports to Japan. On December 7, 1941, top diplomats from the United States and Japan met in Washington, D.C., trying to work out differences between the two countries. But at the same time, about 360 Japanese airplanes took off from aircraft carriers in the Pacific and bombed the American military facilities at Pearl Harbor. This surprise attack, or sneak attack as it was widely called, resulted in about 2,400 American deaths and about 2,000 wounded. It destroyed or damaged 21 American ships and more than 300 airplanes. The United States declared war on Japan the following day, December 8, 1941. In his declaration speech, President Franklin D. Roosevelt called December 7th a date which will live in infamy. Remember Pearl Harbor became the rallying cry of the American war effort against Japan. It showed up everywhere, including license plate attachments and postcards. Americans wore jewelry and pinback buttons that urged, "Remember Pearl Harbor." In 1945, after a long struggle, the United States and its allies defeated Japan and Nazi Germany, Japan's ally. One of the vessels sunk during the Pearl Harbor attack was the battleship USS Arizona. The sunken ship was left almost completely submerged in the harbor with more than 1,000 men entombed in it. A memorial was built over the ship. Visitors to the room-like memorial can see part of the Arizona. They can also see oil still slowly leaking from the Arizona to the surface of the water. An oil bubble, about the size of a large marble, comes to the surface every 20 to 30 seconds. Animals of the deserts have developed special bodies and ways of life that enable them to survive in extreme heat. Many desert dwellers have light-colored skin, which helps keep them cool by reflecting sunlight. These animals include desert foxes, jackrabbits, and various kinds of snakes. Desert foxes have long ears. When overheated, these animals move to a cool cave or burrow where they can get rid of excess body heat through their ears. Centipedes, kangaroo rats, rattlesnakes, and scorpions spend the day in burrows. They come out to search for food when temperatures drop at night. Some snails, lizards, and ground squirrels estivate or sleep through the summer. Some animals have developed more unusual ways to cope with the desert climate. For example, the Cape ground squirrel makes its own shade by using its bushy tail like a parasol. Fairy shrimp and spadefoot toads may spend months or years underground, waiting for rain to create ponds. They then quickly feed and reproduce before the ponds dry again. All animals of the desert must drink water, which is often in short supply. They obtain water from plants, small ponds, and from the animals they eat.
Grasslands include the prairies of North America, the pampas of South America, the plains of Europe, the steppes of Asia, and the savannas of Africa. The savannas of East Africa have more animals than any other grassland area. Rainfall in grasslands is seasonal, and the animals sometimes travel great distances to find grass. Many different savanna animals will gather at rivers and other bodies of water to drink. Plant-eating animals of the savannas include gazelles, gnu, and zebras, which migrate by the thousands through the grasslands. Smaller groups of elephants and rhinoceros also feed on the savanna grasses. Other savanna animals are giraffes, jackals, ostriches, secretary birds, and termites. In addition, hippopotamus live in and near bodies of water in African grasslands. Meat-eating mammals such as cheetahs, hyenas, and lions roam the savannas in search of prey. Since the rich soils of grasslands are ideal for farming, people have converted many such areas to farmland. Because of this fact, many grassland animals have become endangered due to the loss of their habitat. People have also overhunted numerous grassland animals. In grasslands of continents such as North America and South America, people have already driven most of the animals away from their natural habitat.
Mountains support a variety of animal life. The number and kinds of animals found on mountains varies with the altitude. More animals live at lower altitudes than at higher ones, largely because of the difference in climate between elevations. Generally, lower altitudes are warmer, drier, and less windy than higher altitudes. In addition, more plants live at lower elevations, and therefore, more food is available for animals. Bears, deer, elk, and mink make their homes in the forested lower slopes and in the wooded grassy valleys of mountains. Rainbow trout and graylings swim in mountain streams. Many mountains have meadows of grasses and herbs. These meadows are home to chinchillas, ibexes, llamas, vicuñas, and yaks. Butterflies, grasshoppers, and spiders also live there. Above the timberline, that is, the line beyond which trees will not grow because of the climate, stand rocky cliffs and peaks dotted with shrubs, mosses, and other plants. Sure-footed bighorn sheep and mountain goats dwell among the windswept rocks, as do furry marmots and pikas. High on the snow-capped peaks, only a few insects, spiders, and iceworms can survive. Golden eagles and some other birds fly above the mountains. A large African vulture, Ruppel's griffin, has been known to soar as high as 36,600 feet, or 11,150 meters. From the smallest creatures in the world to the largest, animals of all sorts live in the vast oceans. Some of the tiniest creatures, called plankton, are also among the most important to life in the ocean. Plankton include shrimp-like creatures known as krill and copepods. They commonly live in the open sea and provide food for many other sea animals, including many fish and even some whales. The frigid waters of the polar seas contain such animals as cod, halibut, seals, and whales. Many animals thrive in the coral reefs of warm tropical seas, including lobsters and many types of brightly colored fish. Various ocean animals can live in shallow water near the shore, in tidal pools, and on rocks. They include anemones, barnacles, mussels, octopuses, and starfish. The great depths of the ocean are completely dark, and the water there is bitterly cold. Even so, animals such as anglerfish, clams, and tube worms live in these harsh environments. Animals such as flying fish, manta rays, marlins, and porpoises generally stay close to the ocean's surface. Just above these animals, albatrosses, gulls, and petrels fly over the sea. Many marine animals are at the mercy of human activity. The demand for seafood has led to overfishing of halibut, herring, salmon, and some other sea creatures. Millions of dolphins have drowned in fishing nets that were intended to catch cod, tuna, and other fish. In addition, spills of toxic materials and other forms of pollution have reduced the numbers of some ocean species. Animals that live in polar regions must withstand extremely cold temperatures. No land animals except iceworms and a few kinds of insects live in the parts of polar regions that have ice and snow all year round. However, the seas in the Arctic and Antarctic have large numbers of wildlife, including fish, giant sponges, whales, and tiny shrimp-like creatures called krill. Krill provide food for many other sea animals, including numerous fish and some whales. Various animals live on the coasts of polar seas. Polar bears, sea lions, and walruses spend much of their time on floating sheets of ice in the Arctic. Penguins and seals live on the Antarctic coast. Many animals inhabit the vast Arctic tundra, the cold, treeless plains of northern Asia, North America, and Europe. They include caribou, ermine, musk oxen, reindeer, lemmings, snowy owls, and wolves. Shallow ponds in this region provide a place for mosquitoes and many other insects to lay their eggs. These insects serve as food for the birds that migrate to the tundra each summer to nest. Animals that live in polar regions have developed bodies and ways of life that enable them to deal with the frigid polar weather. Caribou, musk oxen, and polar bears have thick fur which helps them stay warm. The Arctic fox and Arctic hare have short ears and tails, which keep them from losing too much body heat. Arctic ground squirrels hibernate or sleep through the long polar winter. They curl up in a burrow and their body temperature drops, saving energy during their sleep.
Temperate forests have warm summers and cold winters. Most of these forests occur in Asia, Europe, Australia, and North America. Many animals in temperate forests have small bodies that allow them to move easily through the underbrush. These include mammals such as chipmunks, mice, raccoons, and squirrels. Larger forest animals include bears, deer, and wild boar. In wet forests, slugs and other snails are common. Beavers, fish, frogs, muskrats, otters, salamanders, and turtles live in or near woodland streams, ponds, and lakes. Salamanders are often plentiful. They hide in the leaf litter under rocks, where they feed on insects and other small organisms. A great number of birds also find their home in the temperate forests. They nest in the trees and shrubs. The destruction of temperate forests threatens the survival of forest animals. Many temperate forests have been cleared for farms and cities, while many others have been cut down for fuel and lumber. Extensive logging in the Pacific Northwest of the United States, for example, has destroyed much of the habitat of the spotted owl, threatening the continued existence of that animal.
Tropical forests stay warm all year and receive abundant rainfall. These forests are found in Asia, Australia, Central and South America, and the Pacific Islands. More kinds of animals live in tropical forests than in any other habitat. Scientists estimate that perhaps as many as 30 million species of tropical animals have not even been discovered. Insects make up the largest single group of animals that live in tropical forests. They include brightly colored butterflies, mosquitoes, spiders, camouflaged stick insects, and huge colonies of ants. Many tropical birds, such as quetzals and parrots, are spectacularly colored. The broad leaves of trees in tropical forests form a thick overhead covering called a canopy. Canopies block nearly all sunlight from reaching the forest floor. Many animals live in the canopies of tropical forests. They include tree frogs, flying dragons, spider monkeys, howlers, gibbons, and orangutans, sloths, lorises, boa constrictors, bats, wasps, beetles, and leaf-cutting ants. Jaguars and tapirs live on the ground in tropical forests. Chimpanzees and lowland gorillas alternate between the ground and the trees. Crocodiles, fish, and turtles inhabit rivers and ponds. People are rapidly destroying tropical forests for wood or for farming. The continuing destruction of these environments means that animals will disappear forever. Scientists believe countless species have already been wiped out.
Japan is a land of great natural beauty. Forested mountains and hills cover about 70% of the country. Jagged peaks and thundering mountain waterfalls provide some of the country's most spectacular scenery. Many lakes nestle among the mountains. Some lie in the craters of extinct volcanoes. A large number of hot springs gush from the ground throughout the country, and hot springs resorts are popular vacation spots. The towering peaks of what are known as the Japanese Alps rise in central Honshu. The numerous snow-covered mountains provide superb ski areas, and skiing and ice skating are favorite winter sports in Japan. East of the Japanese Alps is a chain of volcanoes. Among them stands Japan's tallest and most famous peak, Mount Fuji. The Japanese call it Fujiyama and have long considered it a sacred mountain. Every summer, thousands of people make a pilgrimage to the top, which contains an inactive volcanic crater. It rises 12,388 feet, or 3,776 meters, and overlooks Lake Kawaguchi. Japan is also a land of large, crowded cities. Because the mountains and hills take up so much land in the interior of the country, the great majority of the people live on the narrow plains along the coasts. Along the coast of Honshu lie the largest cities of Japan, led by Tokyo, Japan's capital. Tokyo is the largest city in Japan and is one of the largest cities in the world. It is also one of the busiest and most crowded. It has tall office buildings, freeways jammed with traffic, and more neon signs than probably any other city on Earth. Tokyo also has a serious housing shortage. To remedy this situation, the city government has begun financing low-cost housing projects in the outlying areas. Some workers who live in outlying areas spend several hours each day traveling to and from their jobs in downtown Tokyo. Fortunately, Tokyo's commuter trains rank among the fastest and most efficient on Earth. The Shinjuku commuter station, Tokyo's largest, is one of the busiest railway stations in the world. Millions of people cram aboard these trains every day. So many, in fact, that during rush hours, employees called pushers work at the main stations. Their job involves shoving as many passengers as possible into crowded trains.
Eleanor Roosevelt was born in New York City in 1884. In 1905, she married Franklin Delano Roosevelt, a distant cousin. Her husband served as President of the United States from 1933 until 1945, leading the country through the Great Depression and World War II. At the same time, Eleanor became world famous for her humanitarian work and became a role model for women in politics and public affairs. While the president's wife, Eleanor Roosevelt gave many lectures, held 350 press conferences for female reporters only, and wrote a daily newspaper column. She also wrote several books, worked with young people and the underprivileged, and fought for equal rights for minority groups. Her husband died in 1945. Later that year, she became a delegate to the United Nations General Assembly. And in 1946, Eleanor Roosevelt was elected chairman of the UN's Human Rights Commission. She helped draft the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and served in the UN until 1951. 10 years later, in 1961, she returned to the UN's General Assembly. Later that year, President John F. Kennedy appointed her head of the Commission on the Status of Women. Eleanor Roosevelt died in 1962.
The Burghers of Calais was the first public monument created by the famous French sculptor Auguste Rodin. He based the bronze group of figures on an actual event in medieval French history. In the year 1347, 6 citizens of the city of Calais volunteered to give their lives to save their city from destruction by besieging English forces. The group of figures portrays a powerful range of emotions. All the figures are dressed in loose robes and wear thick rope halters, a symbol of their acceptance of their subjugation. 2 of the men carry keys to the town gates to be surrendered to the English forces who had laid siege to Calais for many months. Rodin portrayed each man's individual reaction to his upcoming death. Each man is shown facing his fate, not as a symbol of fortitude, but as an individual, alone. Some of the men even turn their heads in fear. The deep vertical folds of the drapery add weight to the figures and enhance the feeling of pathos and compassion. This expressive monument still stands outdoors in the city of Calais as a memorial to the 6 martyrs who gave their lives to save their fellow townspeople from a massacre. This famous ancient sculpture, the Winged Victory of Samothrace, was discovered in 1863 when a French archaeologist found the statue on the Greek island of Samothrace. Created about 180 BC and placed in the sanctuary of the great gods on Samothrace, the marble statue represents the figure of Nike, the Greek goddess of victory. Nike is the deity who brings messages of victory, conquest, and success from the gods to humans, and was worshipped as a goddess at least as early as the 300s BC. She travels with great speed because of her gift of flight, represented by her wings. The huge winged female figure is alighting on the prow of a ship, presumably to crown the ship's commander for a victory. Her garments, wet with the sea spray and blown by her flight, whip about her body. The rhythms of the composition are turbulent, which may typify the difficult road to victory and conquest. When found, the statue was broken and 118 pieces were scattered over a hillside on the island. In 1950, the right hand was found and reunited with the remainder of the statue, which now stands in the Louvre in Paris, one of the famous museum's most popular and photographed works of art.
An aurora is a natural display of light that can brighten the night sky. In the northern hemisphere, this display is called an aurora borealis. Auroras can occur when electrically charged particles from the sun interact with atoms and molecules in the Earth's atmosphere. These interactions produce light energy, which is visible as an aurora. The most common color in an aurora is green. Bats usually spend the daylight hours roosting in an upside-down position. These bats, called flying foxes, normally roost in trees. Other bats may roost in caves or even in buildings. A male caribou has large, broad antlers. Caribou live in cold regions of northern North America. They commonly feed on grass and on the leaves of various shrubs. Caribou use their broad hoofs to support them on the spongy ground. Elephants live in families that consist of 3 to 4 related adult females and their offspring. These families travel over vast distances in search of food. When flowers bloom, they often reveal beautiful shapes and gorgeous colors. The most brightly colored part of the flower is the corolla, which consists of the flower's petals. A gibbon lives in the tops of trees and rarely comes to the ground. It uses its long arms to swing from branch to branch. A giraffe can escape enemies by galloping away. During the gallop, both hind feet swing forward and move outside and in front of the front feet. These playful Arctic ground squirrels wrestle with each other at the opening of their burrow. Arctic ground squirrels live in cold climates and have thick coats to protect them from the harsh weather. Jackrabbits live in the deserts and prairies of North America. They have large eyes and long, thin ears. A jackrabbit can stand on its strong hind legs to reach food. Male lions help keep their family group, called their pride, safe from intruders, while female lions do most of the hunting for the pride. An octopus uses its 8 long arms to move along the sea bottom. This animal can escape danger by blending in with its surroundings. Ostriches can run up to 40 miles or 64 kilometers per hour on their long, powerful legs. Salmon are powerful swimmers. They can overcome such obstacles as rocks and rushing currents by leaping out of the water. Seals are excellent divers and swimmers. They can dive deeper and longer than most other mammals because their bodies store more oxygen. A seal's flippers and torpedo-shaped body enable it to swim gracefully. The backstroke, also known as the back crawl, is performed as you lie on your back. Each arm alternately moves in a steady circular motion in and out of the water, while your legs do the flutter kick. In the breaststroke, you begin with your face in the water, your palms face outward. You then sweep out your arms as your hands push downward and outward. As the hands begin to push down, you lift your head for a breath. The butterfly is a hard stroke to learn. In this stroke, you swing both arms forward above the water and then pull them down and back to your legs. As your arms start to move towards your legs, you lift your head forward and take a breath. A humpback whale is highly acrobatic and can leap out of the water. Scientists call this leaping behavior breaching. Zebras protect themselves from enemies by living in herds. At least one member of the herd stays alert to danger at all times. If threatened or attacked, zebras usually try to run away.
It was mania. Beatlemania suddenly rocketed to the top of charts and hearts in the early 1960s. The Beatles discovered there was more to fame than fortune, like fainting, pushing, and freaking out. Receiving a Variety Club Award in 1963, Beatles spokesman John Lennon made reference to their newfound mob appeal.
Ladies and gentlemen, thanks to the Purple Hearts.
Was started by Mahatma Gandhi in 1921 to remove the poverty of India.
On March 12, 1930, Gandhi began his most daring experiment. Carrying a 54-inch bamboo staff, following winding dirt roads from village to village, he began a 200-mile walk to the sea. As he moved from town to town, it seemed that all of India was behind him. He told them, marching in the name of God. He dipped into the sea and picked up some salt left by the waves. And thus he broke the British law, which made it a punishable crime to possess salt not bought from the British salt monopoly. Then every villager on India's long seacoast went to the beach, waded in the water.
Take you now to Lakehurst, New Jersey.
The ship is riding majestically toward us. It's practically standing still now. They've dropped ropes out of the nose of the ship. It bursts into flames. Get it started, get it started. It's crashing, and it's crashing. It's crashing terrible. Oh, my, get out of the way, please. It's burning, bursting into flames, and it's falling on the mooring mast and all the folks between it. This is terrible. This is one of the worst catastrophes in the world. Oh, it's like 20, 400 or 500 feet into the sky, and it's a terrific crash, ladies and gentlemen. It's smoke and it's flames now, and the frame is crashing to the ground, not quite to the mooring mast. All the humanity and all the...
1936, Adolf Hitler attempts to turn the Summer Olympics into a propaganda platform for the Nazi doctrine of Aryan supremacy. But a black American athlete smashes the theory of a Teutonic super race. His name is Jesse Owens, and he becomes an Olympic immortal. First, he wins the 100-meter dash. The runner-up is another black American destined to become a distinguished congressman from Illinois, Ralph Metcalfe. Owens wins a second gold medal in the 200 meters and a third as anchorman on the 400-meter relay team. Victory in the broad jump climaxes a star-spangled performance by Jesse Owens. For Adolf Hitler, a foretaste of other defeats on other fields.
shall be exalted. Every hill and mountain shall be made low, the rough places will be made plain, and the crooked places will be made straight, and the glory of the Lord shall be revealed, and all flesh shall see it together. This is our hope. This is the faith that I go back to the South with. With this faith, we will be able to hew out of the mountain of despair a stone of hope. With this faith, we will be able to transform the jangling discords of our nation into a beautiful symphony of brotherhood. With this faith, we will be able to work together, to pray together, to struggle together, to go to jail together, to stand up for freedom together, knowing that we will be free one day. This will be the day. This will be the day when all of God's children be able to sing with new meaning, my country, tears of thee. Sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing. Land where my fathers died, land of the pilgrim's pride. From every mountainside, let freedom ring. And if America is to be a great nation, this must become true. So let freedom ring. From the prodigious hilltops of New Hampshire, let freedom ring. From the mighty mountains of New York, let freedom ring. From the heightening Alleghanies of Pennsylvania. But not only that, let freedom ring from Stone Mountain of Georgia. Let freedom ring from Lookout Mountain of Tennessee. Let freedom ring from every hill and molehill of Mississippi, from every mountainside. Let freedom ring, and when this happens, when we allow freedom ring, when we let it ring from every village and every hamlet, from every state and every city, we will be able to speed up that day when all of God's children, black men and white men, Jews and Gentiles, Protestants and Catholics, will be able to join hands and sing in the words of the old Negro spiritual, free at last, free at last. Thank God Almighty, we are free at last.
The Valley of the Kings is a rocky, narrow gorge which was used as a cemetery by the pharaohs or kings of ancient Egypt between 1550 and 1100 BC. The valley, sometimes called the Valley of the Tombs of the Kings, lies on the west bank of the Nile River across from Luxor and Karnak. The tombs are in the form of corridors and chambers cut into the rock walls of the valley. Carved and painted religious scenes and hieroglyphic texts cover the walls. The tombs include those of Seti I, Tutankhamun, Thutmose III, Ramses II, and Ramses III. Across the Nile, a huge temple built in honor of the sun god Amun-Re stands at Karnak. This temple was the largest temple in ancient Egypt. Its columned Great Hall was completed by Pharaoh Ramses II during the 1200s BC. The walls and columns of the temple feature carvings and hieroglyphics. Cairo is the capital of Egypt and the largest city in terms of population in Africa. It lies on the east bank of the Nile River with suburbs along the west bank. The newer areas of Cairo have modern buildings in the style of present-day European and American architecture. Cairo's older areas are famous for their old quarters, areas of narrow, winding streets and buildings that are hundreds of years old. They feature bazaars, shops, and mosques with tall minarets. Many of the mosques are outstanding examples of Islamic architecture. They include Ahmad ibn Tulun, built in the 800s, and Al-Azhar, built about 970. The Piazza Navona has been called the most picturesque square in Rome and one of the liveliest. Visitors and Romans alike relax in one of the piazza's famous cafes, watching the play of the three fountains and the throngs of people who pass through the square. The Piazza Navona originated as a stadium, completed in AD 86 for athletic events during the reign of the Roman Emperor Domitian. The current piazza preserves the form of the ancient stadium, which could have seated 30,000 spectators. For centuries, the piazza has been a center of Roman life. It was a marketplace from 1477 to 1869. From the 1600s to the late 1800s, the square was flooded every August weekend for the entertainment of the Romans. Today, religious statues are sold in the piazza during the Christmas season, and a fair and toy market is held annually during Epiphany. The piazza is dominated by its 3 beautiful fountains. The central fountain, called the Fountain of the Four Rivers, is the only fountain designed by the famous Italian artist Gian Lorenzo Bernini. Within the group of rocks and grottos are large allegorical figures representing the rivers Danube, Ganges, Nile, and Plate, representing Europe, Asia, Africa, and America. The figures were carved by Bernini's pupils. The obelisk was created in ancient Egypt and brought to Rome by Domitian. The fountain at the north end of the piazza represents the Roman sea god Neptune battling a sea monster. The fountain also displays sea deities called Nereides and seahorses. The Maro fountain at the south end of the piazza was created in 1575 and altered by Bernini in 1653. Bernini designed the central figure known as Il Moro, or the Moor, holding a dolphin. On the west side of the piazza is the Church of Sant'Agnese in Agoni, with its splendid dome. The church is dedicated to St. Agnes, who was believed to have been martyred in the 300s. Although altered over time, the church walls originally formed part of the substructure of Domitian's Stadium. The concave church facade was begun in the 1650s by the famous Italian architect Francesco Borromini. South of the church is the Pamphile Palace, completed by Borromini for Pope Innocent X in the mid-1600s. The palace is now the Brazilian embassy.
A jellyfish swims by expanding its body like an opening umbrella, then pulling it together rapidly. This squeezes water out from beneath the body, enabling the jellyfish to move upward. A kangaroo hops by moving both of its powerful hind legs together. When hopping, the animal uses its long, muscular tail for balance. In springboard diving, the diver uses the spring from a flexible board to gain the height necessary to perform a dive. The increased height allows the diver to execute skillful acrobatics in the air before hitting the water. The marlin can make spectacular leaps with its strong body.
At the end of a bullfight, an individual called a matador makes a number of passes at the bull with a muleta, a red cloth draped over a stick.
The Great Sphinx is the largest and oldest representation of a sphinx from ancient Egypt. A sphinx was an imaginary creature of ancient myths. Like the Great Sphinx at Giza, most Egyptian sphinxes had the head of a man and the body, feet, and tail of a lion. The Great Sphinx, built by the Egyptians about 4,500 years ago, wears a royal headdress and lies near the pyramid of King Khafre. Historians believe that the Sphinx's face is a portrait of Khafre, who probably had the monument built. The Sphinx is 240 feet, or 73 meters long, and stands about 66 feet, or 20 meters high. The width of its face measures 13 feet 8 inches, or 4.17 meters. Its head and body were carved directly out of a giant rock in a limestone formation, and stone blocks were cut to form the paws and legs. There are 10 pyramids at Giza, including 3 of the largest and best preserved of all Egyptian pyramids. Each pyramid was built to protect the body of an Egyptian king. The Egyptians believed that a person's body had to be preserved and protected so the soul could live forever. For this reason, they mummified their dead, meaning they embalmed and dried them and hid the mummies in large tombs. From about 2700 to 1700 BC, the bodies of Egyptian kings were buried inside or beneath a pyramid in a secret chamber that was filled with treasures of gold and precious objects. The pyramids at Giza were built for kings from about 2600 to 2500 BC. The largest was built for King Khufu. The second was built for King Khafre, and the third for King Menkaure. Many waste materials are recyclable, including aluminum cans and paper. These materials must be processed before they can be reused as raw materials for new products. Processing aluminum cans begins at the recycling center, where clean, dry aluminum cans are either compacted into bales or shredded into popcorn-sized pieces of metal that are blown into a trailer. The aluminum is then shipped to a processing plant. There, the baled or shredded cans are melted in an industrial furnace. The furnace burns off any labels or inside coating on the cans. The molten aluminum is cast into blocks called ingots, and while still hot, rolled into sheets for new cans. Aluminum cans can be endlessly remelted and reused. The process of recycling paper begins in a huge vat called a hydropulper, which operates much the same way as a kitchen blender. The hydropulper has a blade that agitates a mixture of paper and water, beating the paper's tightly woven woody fibers literally to a pulp. Detergents may be added to the pulp to dissolve any printing inks. Water then flushes the inks away. The pulp next passes through huge screens that filter out materials such as staples, paper clips, or dirt. At this point, the recycled pulp can be processed much like the paper's original wood pulp. The wet pulp is usually sprayed onto a large, flat screen. The screen permits some of the water to drain away so that the fibers begin to form a mat. The mat is pressed and dried as it travels on a conveyor belt between a series of rollers and heated cylinders. The dried paper is then wound into large rolls.
Alligators hatch from hard-shelled eggs that the female lays in a nest of grass. Newly hatched alligators are about 9 inches or 23 centimeters long. A continental glacier, a huge mass of ice, slides slowly to the sea due to its tremendous weight. The edge of this glacier clings to the ocean cliffs until it slides so far that the cliffs can no longer support it. Then it suddenly collapses into the sea. Big brown bears, the world's largest meat-eating land animals, include the Alaskan brown bear and the grizzly bear of western North America. Bears often wander far in search of their favorite foods, which include ants, grubs, berries, and fish. A cow carries her calf in her body for 9 months before giving birth. Cows usually bear 1 calf every year. A newborn calf may weigh 50 to 100 pounds, or 23 to 45 kilograms, and can stand up and walk shortly after birth. New cells are formed by cell division, in which 1 cell splits to become 2 cells. Cell division involves 2 processes. In the first, called nuclear division, the nucleus divides. In the second process, cytokinesis, the cytoplasm divides, producing 2 cells. The cheetah is a large, long-legged cat of Africa's grassy plains. Cheetahs are the fastest land animal, capable of reaching a speed of up to 70 miles or 110 kilometers per hour. Cheetahs use their great speed to capture wildebeest, antelopes, and other prey. The glistening moisture that appears on blades of grass on clear nights is known as dew. Dew forms when air cools and can no longer hold the water vapor in it. The vapor condenses, or turns to liquid, on objects near the ground. Dew evaporates in the morning as the rising sun warms the air. Dolphins' powerful tail fins and streamlined bodies enable them to move through the water quickly and easily. The layer of fat beneath their skin, called blubber, helps dolphins stay afloat. Dolphins' flippers and dorsal fins provide balance as the animals somersault, leap, dive, and roll in the water. As a general in the United States Army, Dwight David Eisenhower led the Allied forces to victory in World War II in 1945. His personal popularity with the American public swept Eisenhower into the White House in 1953, where he served 2 terms as President of the United States. In fly fishing, the angler casts a line so that the lure, known as a fly, lightly touches the top of the water. Flies are made by tying animal hair, feathers, yarn, and other materials onto a hook. Many flies are designed to resemble insects, frogs, or other small animals that fish like to eat. While some geysers only bubble in puddles near the ground, others erupt in sensational fountains of water and steam. Geysers are formed when water is heated by hot rocks deep within the earth. This hot water then turns to steam, which bursts through an opening in the Earth's surface. Most guitars, including electric guitars, are made of light wood. The boards are glued together and then cut to make the body of the instrument. After shaping and sanding, the long, slender fingerboard is attached, and the electronic elements are installed. The instrument, buffed to a high gleam, is ready to be plugged in and played. Hippopotamuses are good swimmers and can stay underwater for up to 6 minutes. Their stout, barrel-shaped bodies are designed for their aquatic lifestyle. The eyes, ears, and nostrils of the hippopotamus are positioned so that the animal can see, breathe, and hear while most of its head is underwater. Hummingbirds' wings beat up to 70 times per second, enabling the birds to dart forward, backward, upward, and downward with remarkable speed. Hummingbirds can also hover while they use their long bill to sip nectar from flowers. Insects that live in the flowers also make up an important part of the hummingbird's diet. Fiery molten rock, or lava, may reach a temperature as high as 12 times that of boiling water. Thick, sticky lava, known as aa, oozes slowly. Pahoehoe, or fluid lava, flows swiftly. The gases inside lava cause it to bubble and spray. Mars is the only planet whose surface can be seen in detail from the Earth. Mars has craters, canyons, deep gorges, wind-blown plains, and surface features that resemble dry riverbeds. These surface features are more like the Earth's than those of any other planet, and seem to support the view of some scientists that large quantities of water once flowed on the planet's surface. Sea otters live in the North Pacific Ocean near the shores of western North America and Siberia. They seldom leave the water, eating and sleeping while floating on their backs. They swim using their flipper-shaped hind feet as paddles. They use their front paws for grasping and holding objects. The owl's large, round eyes and saucer-shaped ruff of feathers make the bird easy to recognize. Young owls are covered with thick white down. Owls hunt and kill small mammals for food. In this way, they help control animals that harm crops, such as mice, rabbits, and rats. The pelican is a large bird that lives near water. American white pelicans often fish in groups. They swim along in a line, driving the fish ahead of them. Then they scoop up the fish in their bill pouches. Pelicans nest in large groups. Young pelicans are born featherless and helpless. The Venus's flytrap is a carnivorous or meat-eating plant. When an insect brushes against one of the sensitive hairs inside the leaf's 2 lobes snap shut, trapping the insect. A fluid secreted by the leaves digests the insect's soft parts.
The koala, an Australian mammal, spends most of its life in trees. A koala climbs using its sharp, curved claws and strong grip, as seen in this video clip. Lightning is a giant electric spark in the sky. Most lightning that people see takes place between a cloud and the ground. Many cloud-to-ground strikes can be seen in this time-lapse video clip of a thunderstorm.
There's Mr. Mandela, Mr. Nelson Mandela, a free man taking his first steps into a South Africa.
Friends, comrades, and fellow South Africans.
The giant panda, like some other bears, is a skillful climber of trees. This video shows a giant panda climbing a tree to get some food. A giant panda's diet consists almost entirely of bamboo, a tall grass with woody stems.
warrior Winston Churchill came to a little college in Fulton, Missouri to speak his mind to America. Once before, he had warned the world of the menace of dictatorship. Now, with a phrase that would leap into the headlines, he was sounding another alert.
It is my duty to place before you certain facts about the present position in Europe. From Stettin in the Baltic to Trieste in the Adriatic, an iron curtain has descended across the continent. Behind that line lie all the capitals of the ancient states of Central and Eastern Europe. Warsaw, Berlin, Prague, Vienna, Budapest, Belgrade, Bucharest, and Sofia.
The hydrogen bomb appears on the public horizon as a probably attainable goal. Its accelerated development has been solemnly proclaimed by the President. Its successful radioactive poisoning of the atmosphere and hence annihilation of any life on Earth has been brought within the range of technical possibility.
John Kerry believes in America, and he knows that it's not enough for just some of us to prosper. For alongside our famous individualism, there's another ingredient in the American saga, a belief that we're all connected as one people. If there's a child on the south side of Chicago who can't read, that matters to me even if it's not my child. If there's a senior citizen somewhere who can't pay for their prescription drugs and having to choose between medicine and the rent, that makes my life poor even if it's not my grandparent. If there's an Arab American family being rounded up without benefit of an attorney or due process, that threatens my civil liberties. It is that fundamental belief. It is that fundamental belief, I am my brother's keeper, I am my sister's keeper, that makes this country work. It's what allows us to pursue our individual dreams and yet still come together as one American family. E pluribus unum, out of many, one. Now, even as we speak, there are those who are preparing to divide us. The spin masters, the negative ad peddlers, who embrace the politics of anything goes. Well, I say to them tonight, there is not a liberal America and a conservative America. There is the United States of America. There is not a black America and a white America and Latino America and Asian America. There's the United States of America. The pundits like to slice and dice our country into red states and blue states, red states for Republicans, blue states for Democrats. But I've got news for them too. We worship an awesome God in the blue states, and we don't like federal agents poking around in our libraries in the red states. We coach Little League in the blue states, and yes, we've got some gay friends in the red states. There are patriots who opposed the war in Iraq, and there are patriots who supported the war in Iraq. We are one people, all of us pledging allegiance to the Stars and Stripes, all of us defending the United States of America.
Somewhere there's heaven, it's where you are. Somewhere there's music, how near, how far. The darkest night would shine if you'd come to me soon. Until you will, I'll steal my heart high the moon.
I understand that all the boys that's over there, they're going to have a big baseball team, and I understand you're going to be the manager.
That's right.
Yeah?
Yeah, how'd
Well,
you
if you're going to
find
be the
out?
manager of this baseball team, I would like to join myself.
That's all right.
I would like to know some of the guys' names on the team, so when I meet them on the street or in the ballpark, I'll be able to say hello to them.
Well, naturally, I'll introduce you to the boys and a regular bunch of boys we've got. But you know, strange as it may seem, they give these ball players very peculiar names.
You need funny names.
Strange names like Dizzy Dean
Brother
and
Daffy.
Daffy Dean.
I'm their
and-
cousin.
Who are you?
Goofy.
Goofy. Well, let's see. We have who's on first, what's on second, I don't know's on third.
That's what I want to find out.
And then I say who's on first, what's on second, I don't know's on third.
Yeah, you know the
And
fellow's
then-
names?
Yes.
Well, who's on first?
Yes.
I mean the fellow's name.
Yes.
I mean the guy playing first.
Who?
The fellow playing first.
Who?
The first baseman.
Who?
The guy playing first.
Who is on first?
Well, what are you asking me for?
I'm not asking you, I'm telling you. Who is on first?
I'm asking you who's on first.
That's the man's
Well,
name.
go ahead and tell me.
That's the man's name.
That's whose name?
Yes.
Well, go ahead and tell me.
Who?
The guy on first base.
Who?
The fellow playing first.
Look, who is on
Have
first?
you got a first baseman?
Yes.
Who's playing there?
Yes.
All I'm trying to find out is what's the guy's name on first base?
No, wait a minute. No, wait a minute. Don't mix them up. What is on second?
Who's on second?
No, who is on first?
I don't know.
He's on third now. We're not talking about him.
How did I get on third base?
You just mentioned his name.
If I mentioned the third baseman's name, who did I say is playing third?
No, who's playing
Never
first?
mind first. I don't know. What's the guy's name on third base?
What's on second?
Who's on second?
Who's on first?
I don't know.
Third base.
Have you got a third baseman?
Certainly.
Then who's playing third?
Who is playing first?
What's playing first?
So what's on second?
I don't know.
He's
Third
on
base.
Third base.
You got an outfield?
Well, surely.
Tell the fielder's name.
Why?
I don't know. I just thought I'd ask.
I just thought I'd tell you.
So tell me who's playing left field.
Now, who's playing first?
What's playing first?
What's on second?
I don't know.
Third base, yes.
Have you got a catcher?
Well, naturally.
The catcher's name.
Today.
Today. And tomorrow's pitcher.
Now you've got it.
That's all. We got a couple of days on the team.
Well, I
That's all.
can't help that.
You know, I used to be a catcher, too. I'll get behind the plate, do some fancy catching.
Yes.
Tomorrow's pitching on my team, and the heavy hitter gets up,
Yeah.
Joseph Valentine, the heavy hitter. Now, Valentine gets up, and he bunts the ball.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when he bunts the ball, me being a good catcher, I'm going to throw Valentine out of first base, so I pick up the ball and throw it to who?
Now, that's the first thing you said right.
I don't even know what I'm talking about!
That's all you have to do.
All I know is I throw the ball to first base. Now, whoever it is drops the ball, so Valentine runs to second.
Yes.
Now, I pick up the ball, and I throw it to who? Whoever it is drops the ball, he throws it to what? What throws it? I don't know. I don't know if throws it back to tomorrow. A triple play.
That's right.
Another guy gets up, and it's a long fly ball to be caught. Why? I don't know. He's on third, and I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn.
Oh, that's a shortstop.
Heavyweight champion Cassius Clay goes through the final stages of training for the defense of his title against Ernie Terrell. A rugged sparring partner tosses some heavy leather at the champ, forcing him to give ground. Experts predict that Terrell will prove to be the toughest opponent for Cassius so far. Clay's draft board says he could be drafted in February. 2 appeals for deferment have already been turned down. Gaseous Cassius rattles off a bit of doggerel verse for the challenger, Terrell.
He's going around claiming to be the real heavyweight champ. But after I'm finished, he'll just be a tramp. Now, I'm not saying this just to be funny, but I'm fighting Ernie because he needs the money.
Ernie's answer will come in the ring at the Houston Astrodome.
I accept the Nobel Prize for Peace at a moment when 22 million Negroes of the United States are engaged in a creative battle to end the long night of racial injustice.
problem of the black people in America is inseparable from the problem of oppressed people all over the world. And until the leaders of black America realize that our problem is inseparable from the entire international problem, we will be considered a minority, will be considered an underdog, and will be begging for the things that we should have had when we were born.
Good evening. This is the 37th time I have spoken to you from this office, where so many decisions have been made that shape the history of this nation. Each time I have done so to discuss with you some matter that I believe affected the national interest. In all the decisions I have made in my public life, I have always tried to do what was best for the nation. Throughout the long and difficult period of Watergate, I have felt it was my duty to persevere, to make every possible effort to complete the term of office to which you elected me. In the past few days, however, it has become evident to me is what I hope will be my legacy to you, to our country, as I leave the presidency. To have served in this office is to have felt a very personal sense of kinship with each and every American. In leaving it, I do so with this prayer. May God's grace be with you in all the days ahead.
With one sound picture, the silent film was forever obsolete.
United States Marines raised the flag above Mount Suribachi in February 1945. But the fight for the Pacific island of Iwo Jima lasted for 2 more bloody months. The battle was extraordinarily violent, as Japanese soldiers fought to the death from bunkers, caves, and pits. The Marines rooted them out and eventually secured the island.
We must be ready to dare all for our country. For history does not long entrust the care of freedom to the weak or the timid. We must acquire proficiency in defense and display stamina in purpose. We must be willing, individually and as a nation, to accept whatever sacrifices may be required of us. A people that values its privileges above its principles soon loses both. The peace we seek, then, is nothing less than the practice and the fulfillment of our whole faith among ourselves and in our dealings with others. It signifies more than the stilling of guns, easing the sorrow of war. More than escape from death, it is a way of life. More than a haven for the weary, it is a hope for the brave. This is the hope that beckons us onward in this century of trial. This is the work that awaits us all, to be done with bravery, with charity, and with prayer to Almighty God. My citizens, I thank you.
baseball's saddest news was the passing of its greatest star, Babe Ruth. In an unforgettable ceremony at Yankee Stadium, the house that Ruth built, the Babe wore his number 3 uniform for the last time. 2 months later, the best-known and best-loved personality in baseball's history was gone forever from the scene of his greatest triumphs. In women's figure skating, Canada's Barbara Ann Scott was the world's fanciest performer, dancing away with the Olympic title. In golf, Ben Hogan was Man of the Year. In prize money and in titles, the little Texas pro led them all. He won the National Open and Western Open, and at St. Louis he won his 2nd PGA Championship. Ben Hogan, golf's guy.
A religious procession passes through San Ignacio in the Mexican state of Baja California Sur. The participants sing and play music while carrying a statue of a Roman Catholic saint. A large majority of Mexico's people are Roman Catholics. Many Mexican towns and cities hold annual festivals to honor their patron saints.
And now the Soviets themselves may, in a limited way, be coming to understand the importance of freedom. We hear much from Moscow about a new policy of reform and openness. Some political prisoners have been released. Certain foreign news broadcasts are no longer being jammed. Some economic enterprises have been permitted to operate with greater freedom from state control. Are these the beginnings of profound changes in the Soviet state, or are they token gestures intended to raise false hopes in the West or to strengthen the Soviet system without changing it? We welcome change and openness, for we believe that freedom and security go together, that the advance of human liberty can only strengthen the cause of world peace. There is one sign the Soviets can make that would be unmistakable, that would advance dramatically the cause of freedom and peace. Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
How you doing?
fabulous performance.
Good. Oh, thank you.
How difficult was it to play a computer program?
It wasn't actually that difficult as such. It was quite easy. It was so well written. You know, the concept behind the character was so full that it wasn't really a matter of difficult or hard, or, you know, for me there wasn't even a moment's thought of those sort of things. It was just grabbing it and running with it, you know. The main problem I had, I suppose, if you call it that, is developing the 183 different people, you know, actually finding who they were, and then through a kind of like, you know, false genetics type of situation, seeing where they all crossed over.
You know, when I was watching you, it was incredible. I couldn't tell the difference between your movements and the special effects. Mm-hmm. You know, there were times when you would twitch here and there, or your eyes would do something very, very computerish. Mm-hmm. I'm wondering, how long did that take?
But some of those things aren't. Some of those things are actually me doing a bit of gurning. Yeah, that had to do with a very close relationship between John Townley, the effects supervisor, and myself and Brett, you know, because he could explain things to me so I could understand what he required, and then make all those things a little bit more perhaps interesting by being technically correct and repeating for them the amount of times that they need things repeated and stuff. Like when the hand gets regenerated, you know, instead of just lifting it up, I kind of sort of twist it, but I did it over and over again at the same thing. So even though they were like, oh dear, that's going to be a bit difficult, they were really excited that it was going to be difficult because they can actually unfold the hand as opposed to just lifting it straight up, you know. And for little computer dweebs who are sitting there having to like program these.
In tennis, the Davis Cup finals at Forest Hill saw another dizzying display by U.S. stars. Schroeder, Parker, Talbot, and Malloy routed Australia in all 5 matches of the International Classic. For the 3rd straight time since 1946, when the United States lifted it from Australia, the famous tennis trophy, the Davis Cup, was ours.
David, John, everybody.
Mario, you have Speedy and Connie ready.
John Turturro, I want to go on record. John Turturro is one of my all-time heroes. He's one of my all-time favorite actors. There I said it. I feel better.
Awesome.
Yeah, he's amazing.
He's great in the movie too. His character, I was telling you, really just casts a huge shadow, even when he's not on screen. That, you know, that he just reads a.
He's a force. He's an absolute force, John.
Well, tell me a little bit. I saw the movie last night. I enjoyed it a lot.
Cool.
Tell me some impressions reading the script, because I think these type of movies is a tricky balance story-wise, in that, you know, you want to have the twists and the thriller aspect of it, and, you know, throw people off, but then it has to all come together at the end.
Yeah, it's a pretty complicated equation, you know, especially for Stephen King certainly, but for David Koepp, you know, I mean, you know, looking in the face of adapting that novella must have been pretty daunting. I think it was very successful, because I remember reading the screenplay for the first time, and you know, by about 5 or 6 pages in, I had a pretty strong emotional investment already, and I let him drag me through the rest of the thing, and was completely convinced I was going in one direction, and he just threw me to the other side, and I was amazed. So amazed that I actually had to go back and read it again to make sure I didn't miss something.
It must have been an interesting character too, because you're alone on screen for so long and not acting with anybody. I mean, it's a very interior role in a way. How was that on set? Was it surprising for you, or?
No, that was something that was also intriguing for me. You know, the idea of certainly getting into the ring with you know, somebody's great as Turturro, you know, was something I was looking forward to, and Maria Bello and Tim Hutton, Rock Dutton certainly, but also the idea of getting in there, and as opposed to just, you know, whatever, you know, reacting, which is what acting is, just being, you know, being and behaving in that skin, in those circumstances. So that was a great challenge, you know. So also good fun, you know, nice to do.
Yeah, I've always find it interesting, the idea of how life, in a way, is kind of a narrative. Tell me what it's like for you guys, because as an actor, you inhabit these characters for 6 months or 3 months at a time.
Yeah.
You go from one to the other. At any point do you look back and just kind of think, man, this is just surreal that you've been all these different people?
Yeah, you do have those moments of, retrospect where you go, Yeah, you even have moments where you go, God, I miss that guy, I miss that character. I miss being that character. But it's odd because with every character you throw, quite a bit of yourself in there so that there's some basis, some foundation of truth. And then you work from that to create the character and his emotional truth. But then when it's all said and done and you say goodbye to the character, in a way you're not saying goodbye because he's still in there, And I'm not sure how healthy that is, but I'm afraid that's the case. That's the truth. Is they're all still in there, It's as if you can open a drawer and they'll return.
Cool. Unfortunately, they're giving me the wrap.
No.
America's Dick Button was indisputably the king. Only 18 years old, he too was easily the Olympic and world champion at his specialty. Hot American League race that required an extra game playoff, Cleveland's Indians fought it out with the Boston Braves. Cleveland, which had won its first pennant since 1920, kept right on winning. And the final out at Braves Field in Boston made Cleveland victorious 4-2. Manager Lou Boudreau and his fighting tribe took top money in baseball's richest prize. Golf's girl, there was another Texan, Babe Didrikson Zaharias. Perhaps the Babe didn't have as good a year as she might have wished, but at Atlantic City she won the Women's National Open. And was she happy? Ah, this lady sports champion always seems to do things with a little extra flourish. A great golfer, Mrs. Zaharias. In 1948, Joe Louis, heavyweight champion of the world for 11 years, looked heavier and slower, but he still knocked out challenger Jersey Joe Walcott to remain the #1 man in the boxing world.
John F. Kennedy settles into office as the 35th President of the United States, the youngest man and the first Roman Catholic ever elected to the office. The first president born in the 20th century. He comes to office after one of the narrowest elections in American history. At 43 years of age, Mr. Kennedy takes over the power that for 8 years has been vested in Dwight D. Eisenhower, who at 70 was the oldest occupant of the White House. Despite sub-freezing temperatures, hundreds of thousands watch the ceremonies in front of the Capitol as the new president and Vice President Lyndon Johnson assume office. Slippery streets and snarled traffic cause a delay in the swearing-in ceremonies, a delay which the president and his predecessor pass in serious conversation. Then Lyndon Baines Johnson is sworn in as Vice President by fellow Texan, Speaker of the House Sam Rayburn. The first time, incidentally, a Speaker of the House of Representatives has administered the oath of office to a Vice President. Then, 10 minutes later, John Fitzgerald Kennedy is sworn by Chief Justice Warren as the 35th President of the United States, with the prayers of 4 major faiths to support him in office.
Fitzgerald Kennedy do solemnly swear
I, John Fitzgerald Kennedy, do solemnly swear
that you will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States
that I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States
and will, to the best of your ability,
and will, to the best of my ability,
preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States.
preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States.
So help you God.
So help me God.
Mr. Nixon and Mr. Eisenhower are quick to extend their congratulations. President Kennedy's speech is brief and stirring.
Let the word go forth from this time and place to friend and foe alike that the torch has been passed to a new generation of Americans born in this century, tempered by war, disciplined by a hard and bitter peace, proud of our ancient heritage, and unwilling to witness or permit the slow undoing of those human rights to which this nation has always been committed and to which we are committed today at home and around the world.
That night, things warm up. After a brief rest, President Kennedy and the First Lady venture from the White House to attend a round of no less than 5 gala inaugural balls. The presidential couple arrive at the main ball at the Columbia Armory, Washington's resplendent finale to 2.5 days of celebration. A new era begins under the leadership of President John F. Kennedy.
Baseball's most astounding news was Lippy Leo DeRocher suddenly changing his uniform. Who would have believed that Brooklyn's boss would become overnight the manager of the beloved Bum's arch rivals, the New York Giants? The Stanley Cup Finals, where the Toronto Maple Leafs beat Detroit's Red Wings in hockey's rough, rugged World Series. By hard skating and fast shooting, the hockey-happy Canadians easily won the playoff championship.
It appears now that we have a practical means for inducing antibody formation to poliomyelitis virus. That is, to the three types of poliomyelitis virus. Now, this antibody is the substance that is present in the bloodstream that is presumed to furnish protection. Have you found any ill effects at all from it? There haven't been any whatever. We've had neither sore arms, nor any fever, nor aching, nor any of the usual things that one sometimes encounters, even with diphtheria immunization and tetanus immunization and the other immunizations that are given to children.
Polio, or infantile paralysis, plagued even the ancient Egyptians and has taken a frightful toll in human suffering until recent times. In 1949, Dr. John Enders isolated the virus. In 1952, a vaccine against it was developed by Dr. Jonas Salk. His report was a milestone in medicine.
It appears now that we have a practical means for inducing antibody formation to poliomyelitis virus. That is, to the three types of poliomyelitis virus. Now, this antibody is the substance that is present in the bloodstream that is presumed to furnish protection.
The vaccine was given to millions of children. Eventually, it was replaced by the Sabin oral vaccine, virtually eliminating polio in the U.S. But in 1955, Dr. Salk, who now advocates nationwide inoculation against swine flu, had to answer many questions about his vaccine's safety and effectiveness.
Have you found any ill effects at all from it? There haven't been any whatever. We've had neither sore arms, nor any fever, nor aching, nor any of the usual things that one sometimes encounters, even with diphtheria immunization and tetanus immunization and the other immunizations that are given to children.
the first American to receive the Nobel Prize for Literature since it was established 29 years ago. He and his wife are off to Stockholm to receive the honor and the $46,350 that goes with it. The famous author of Main Street is trying to learn Swedish. Unrest among the long-suffering English people. And the reception he gets is ample proof to him that he is even more popular than ever as their war leader. Furthermore, he finds that they are far from downhearted, despite the continual bombings they have undergone. It's the most welcome vote of confidence he has ever received, right from the heart of the people. A tropical hurricane lashes the eastern seaboard, the most destructive storm in North Atlantic history. Torrential rains and terrific winds cut a path of destruction and death across Long Island and New England that claims hundreds of lives and causes damage estimated in the billions of dollars. A tidal wave added to the fury of the storm, washing out homes and piling up ships on shore. It's nature at her worst, terrifying and destructive.
Hockey bows out for the season in a burst of excitement at Toronto. Here it's Maple Leafs versus Canadiens in the Stanley Cup Finals, with the Toronto Stars leading 3-1. This is the payoff. 14,000 plus hockey fans see the Montrealers draw first blood. Richards shoots it in, and the Canadiens are out front. They're a better team than they were during the regular season. Prove that when they eliminated the Red Wings in the semifinals. In the third period, with the score 2-1 against them, the Leafs fight hard to tie it up. With the Canadiens fighting just as grimly to hold on to their slim lead, this fifth game of the Cup Series is packed with thrills. With defeat only 28 seconds away, Todd Sloan of the Leafs bangs it in past goalie McNeil, and the place is bedlam. No wonder the fans are in a frenzy. Every game in the series has gone into overtime. The Maple Leafs go into this one with a vim that spells sudden death to the Canadiens. Parayko slams it in to win the game and the Stanley Cup, and his teammates promptly elect him man of the hour. Joy reigns supreme for the world's champions of hockey.
The Suez Canal, storm center of controversy for weeks, now becomes a cause of war in a lightning sequence of diplomatic and military moves. Since its seizure and nationalization by President Nasser of Egypt, the vital waterway has precipitated a new crisis in the already tense Middle East. Crack French units are embarked at Marseille, bound for a joint staging area with Great Britain on Cyprus, less than an hour's flight from Egyptian ports, where they are prepared for seizure of the canal by force. Simultaneously, Britain reinforces its garrison on the island for the same eventuality. A naval concentration in the eastern Mediterranean strengthens the military buildup, even as Israel, in a lightning attack, thrusts deep into Egypt to the vicinity of the canal. France and Britain issue a 12-hour ultimatum that all fighting must cease. Within hours of its expiration, Britain's warplanes are winging their way to Egypt, and its bombers attack 5 key cities, including Cairo. Following a Security Council veto by Britain and France of a United States motion for a ceasefire, President Eisenhower, after consultation with Secretary of State Dulles, makes a firm declaration of United States policy.
The United States was not consulted in any way about any phase of these actions, nor were we informed of them in advance. In the circumstances I have described, there will be no United States involvement in these present hostilities. I therefore have no plan to call the Congress in special session. Of course, we shall continue to keep in contact with congressional leaders of both parties. It is our hope and intent that this matter will be brought before the United Nations General Assembly. There, with no veto operating, the opinion of the world can be brought to bear in our quest for a just end to this tormenting problem. In the past, the United Nations has proved able to find a way to end bloodshed. We believe it can and that it will do so again.
The whole question is brought before an emergency session of the General Assembly, where it faces the bar of world opinion.
In Boston, the Montreal Canadiens battle the hometown Bruins in the 6th game of the Stanley Cup Finals. Victory will give Montreal the trophy that symbolizes world hockey supremacy, and the mighty Canadiens uncork a blistering attack. Spearheaded by their own murderer's row, Bernie Boom Boom Geoffrion, Maurice the Rocket Richard, and Jean Beliveau, they tally twice in the opening 2 minutes. The underdog Bruins are spurred on by the cheers of a capacity crowd and stage a magnificent fight. Bruins turn on the pressure in a frantic third period, pulling within a single goal of the Canadiens. Norman Johnson and Larry Regan tally. In a last-ditch attempt to tie the score, Boston pulls goalie Don Simmons for a 6th skater. Doug Harvey steals the puck and plants it in an unguarded net. The Canadiens become the second team ever to win the Stanley Cup 3 years in a row.
The 5th Winter Olympiad at St. Moritz, Switzerland was the biggest thing of the year for the winter sports lovers. Bobsledders took their chances on the twisting, mile-long tunnel of ice. In women's figure skating, Canada's Barbara Ann Scott was the world's fanciest performer, dancing away with the Olympic title. But if Barbara was queen of the figure skaters, America's Dick Button was indisputably the king. Only 18 years old, he too was easily the Olympic and world champion at his specialty. The downhill skiing races provided some of the winter's most dramatic shots. A breakneck, dangerous plunge down a mountainside, with mostly Europeans winning the honors. A mile a minute and a thrill a second, and a stirring end to the Paramount News 1948 Cavalcade of Sports.
The strike will not be over until the position is absolutely clear. The strikers will not call off their strike now. In my opinion, I can't speak for them, but it would be my opinion, until they're absolutely certain of what is going to happen. And if they haven't accomplished their objectives, then the strike will go on.
The long-anticipated Freedom March from Selma to Alabama's capital of Montgomery finally gets underway as Dr. Martin Luther King addresses the crowd at the starting point. Twice before, the marchers had been turned back by state troopers. Now they march under a federal court order and with the protection of federalized National Guard units and regular troops, a total of nearly 3,000 men. For the first day, there are 3,200 marchers in line. Half of the 4-lane Highway 80 is closed to traffic. Later, where it becomes 2 lanes, the marchers had been ordered by the court to reduce their number to 300, a measure designed for their safety. There are a few isolated flare-ups between whites and Negroes, but otherwise the demonstration is peaceful. The first day, the marchers tramp a little over 7 miles. Those who have been assigned to complete the 54-mile walk hope to present a petition to Governor George Wallace. The first night is spent in a field near New Sister Springs Baptist Church, their host a Negro farmer. While 2,900 of the marchers return to Selma, the rest resume their long trek. Organizers hope their ranks will be swelled once again when the nucleus arrives in Montgomery. The Freedom March has been an historical venture in nonviolent protest.
The Clerk, Government Business, Notice Number 1, motion offering an apology to Australia's Indigenous peoples.
Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I move that today we honour the Indigenous peoples of this land, the oldest continuing cultures in human history. We reflect on their past mistreatment. We reflect in particular on the mistreatment of those who were stolen generations, this blemished chapter in our national history. The time has now come for the nation to turn a new page in Australia's history by righting the wrongs of the past and so moving forward with confidence to the future. We apologise for the laws and policies of successive parliaments and governments that have inflicted profound grief, suffering and loss on these our fellow Australians. We apologise especially for the removal of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children from their families, their communities and their country, for the pain, suffering and hurt of these stolen generations, their descendants and for their families left behind. We say sorry. To the mothers and the fathers, the brothers and the sisters, for the breaking up of families and communities, we say sorry. And for the indignity and degradation thus inflicted on a proud people and a proud culture, we say sorry. We, the Parliament of Australia, respectfully request that this apology be received in the spirit in which it is offered, as part of the healing of the nation. For the future, we take heart, resolving that this new page in the history of our great continent can now be written. We today take this first step by acknowledging the past and laying claim to a future that embraces all Australians. A future where this Parliament resolves that the injustices of the past must never, never happen again. A future where we harness the determination of all Australians, Indigenous and non-Indigenous, to close the gap that lies between us and life expectancy, educational achievement and economic opportunity. A future where we embrace the possibility of new solutions to enduring problems where old approaches have failed. A future based on mutual respect, mutual resolve and mutual responsibility. A future where all Australians, whatever their origins, are truly equal partners with equal opportunities and with an equal stake in shaping the next chapter in the history of this great country, Australia.
An octopus has a boneless, rounded body, large eyes, and 8 long arms. Each arm has suckers on its underside. A saguaro cactus is the largest cactus in the United States. This giant plant may have as many as a dozen arm-like branches. A water bug spends most of its life in freshwater ponds, slow-moving streams, or pools of standing water. The orchid belongs to a large family of plants that produces beautiful flowers. This time-lapse video shows orchid flowers opening.
A sea slug crawls along a coral reef in this video. This type of sea slug is called a nudibranch. This particular nudibranch is bright blue and yellow with orange tentacles and gills.
A seahorse has a long snout and a long tail that it can use for grasping. The seahorse gets its name from its head, which looks like the head of a tiny horse. Leaves change color and fall from trees in the autumn, leaving the trees bare in winter. A sloth is a slow-moving South American animal that spends almost all its time in trees. It hangs from branches with its hook-like claws. Coyote pups play outside their den. A coyote usually digs its own den, but it will sometimes fix up a natural hole in a rocky ledge. Dens are usually hidden from view. A mink takes back food to its den for its young. A mink's den is in a protected place near water. Minks may live in a muskrat burrow, a beaver den, or a hollow log. They may also make their own den in a stream bank. The crocodile has a tough hide. It has a long, powerful tail, a low and cigar-shaped body, and a narrow and pointed snout. The animal uses its short legs mainly for walking on land. A ladybug may live in a log, a tree, a shrub, or a crop field.
An electric eel can give off a strong electric shock to escape predators. This video shows an electric eel shocking a crocodile.
And I didn't think of Wayne Hayes. I mean, I didn't know Elizabeth Ray until it came out. So what they do is they set you up in the morning, and you pick up the paper and you read it, and then you rewrite the article. It's a straight article, but you rewrite it. And then everyone says, gee, that's funny.
The Nabateans, who came to power in what is now Jordan in the 400s BC, carved the monastery and other buildings into Petra's pink cliffs. The monastery, which might have been a Nabatean temple, is about 165 feet, 50 meters tall, and 145 feet, 45 meters wide. The interior consists of a single room. The ruins at Petra, Jordan, include a Roman amphitheater, that is, a circular building with rows of seats around the inside. The Romans conquered Petra in AD 106 and made it part of the Roman Empire. The city was an important trading center from the late 400s BC to the early AD 200s. Angkor was the capital of a civilization that flourished in Cambodia from the early 800s to the 1400s. Archaeologists have since restored many of the buildings, some of which can be seen in this video clip. The city's magnificent palaces and temples rank among the artistic and architectural wonders of the world. Many of the buildings have walls decorated with carved scenes from Cambodian life or from Buddhist or Hindu sacred stories. Gustave Eiffel built the Eiffel Tower in Paris in 1889. A structural engineer, Eiffel built the tower to show how steel and iron could be used to erect tall structures. The Great Wall of China, the longest structure ever built, stretches about 5,500 miles, 8,850 kilometers, across northern China. The wall winds through hilly and mountainous areas and along the borders of deserts.
More than 1 million wildebeest migrate with the rains each year. This video shows wildebeest gathered on the banks of a river. Wildebeest must risk being eaten by crocodiles to reach areas with fresh grass. Wildebeest and zebras often travel together. This video also shows a warthog walking among the herds. Elephants are comfortable in the water as well as on land. This video shows an elephant wading in a marsh to eat green plants.
Deer are common animals in certain forest biomes.
Giraffes are consumers that eat leaves from trees. They are herbivores. Factors such as a lack of water limit the number of individuals in a species.
The Colorado River rises in the Rocky Mountains of Colorado and flows southwest into Utah and Arizona. It then flows across the Mexican border into the Gulf of California. In northern Arizona, the river flows west through the Grand Canyon. For millions of years, the river worked its way into layer after layer of rock, carving a great gash in the earth 1 mile, 1.6 kilometers deep.
Plastics come from oil, a natural resource. Some plastics can be recycled and used again.
Red Square is a center of activity in Moscow, Russia's capital and largest city. Famous landmarks of the square include the Kremlin, St. Basil's Cathedral, and the Lenin Mausoleum. Jerusalem is the capital of Israel and one of the world's holiest cities. Sites of the Old City include a Muslim shrine called the Dome of the Rock and the Western Wall, Judaism's most sacred shrine. The Colosseum in downtown Rome survives as one of the world's most famous ruins. The classic structure ranks among the finest examples of Roman architecture and engineering. The Colosseum, also called the Flavian Amphitheater, was the largest outdoor theater of ancient Rome. The 4 stories of Rome's Colosseum once held as many as 50,000 spectators. Today, millions of people visit the magnificent structure every year. On the night of its inauguration in Paris in 1889, 10,000 gas street lamps and 2 spotlights illuminated the Eiffel Tower. The following year, 3,200 electric lamps were installed to light up the tower's framework and arches. In Rome's Piazza di Spagna, Plaza of Spain, the Spanish steps lead to the Trinità dei Monti, a Baroque church. The area has been one of Rome's most popular meeting places for hundreds of years. Munich's Neue Rathaus, or New Town Hall, stands on the Marienplatz, the central square of the old town. The Carillon, a world-famous chiming clock with mechanical figures, sits in the tower at roof level.
The Grand Canyon in Arizona is one of the scenic wonders of the United States. It makes up almost the entire area of Grand Canyon National Park. Istanbul, Turkey is famous for its beautiful mosques. Mosques are buildings used for Muslim worship. The insides of many mosques are decorated with colorful tiles and patterns.
Notre Dame is a famous cathedral in Paris. It stands on the Ile de la Cité, a small island in the Seine River, in the center of Paris. The cathedral is dedicated to Notre Dame, French for Our Lady, the Virgin Mary. The cathedral is one of the finest examples of Gothic architecture.
Vienna's St. Peter's Church dates from the early 1700s. The small Baroque church is tucked into Petersplatz in the city's old town center.
A computer circuit board, shown in this video clip, consists largely of electric circuits that can be switched on or off. These two states can be used to express and calculate with binary numbers, numbers written with only 2 digits. Computers use binary numbers to represent almost any kind of information.
We don't care if Nixon or Agnew no longer wants to deal with us. We're going to make those people kneel down before us today. We're going to break negotiations if the needs of the Oglala Sioux, the civil rights organization, are not met.
Leaf-cutter ants cut pieces of leaves from trees, shrubs, and other plants. They carry the fragments back to their nest, holding them above their heads. The ants use these fragments to fertilize gardens of fungi in the nest. The fungi produce food for the ants.
Front is jumping. From Tuskegee, the institute which he founded, are emerging new leaders of a race which scarcely 3 generations ago was bound in servitude. Here today, the famed scientist Dr. George Washington Carver carries on his research. Born a slave, Dr. Carver has made important discoveries which are being used to the benefit not only of his own race, but the industry and agriculture of all the South.
Hello, America. This is Edward Murrow speaking from London. There were more German planes over the coast of Britain today than at any time since the war began. Anti-aircraft guns were in action along the southeast coast today, and a Heinkel bomber.
I think it's a gift to be shared, to give homes to so many homeless people, to give food to the hungry and clothes to the naked, and take care of so many sick and dying destitutes, because we have these homes all over the world now. So it's actually, I feel that the gift has been given because the people more and more are aware of the presence of the poor in the world, and so they're only using me to be the hand, and to be the bridge between the rich and the poor.
Democracy is here to stay. It is our people you are killing. We shall spare no effort to protect them.
Giving realism and dignity to the old-time Western, producer Jesse Lasky and director James Cruz started a new trend with their epic of the covered wagon. By 1922, comedian acrobat Douglas Fairbanks had given the elaborate costume spectacle a permanent place in motion pictures.
I mean, it's the classic relationship, I guess, but I mean, it's just about the point in his life where, you know, he's got to that stage of his life where he's, you know, he believes he has his own set of opinions and facts and morals to life, and so he stands up and he defies his father, and it's that crucial moment of when, you know, the son or daughter would stand up to their parents and decide to, you know, take their own choices in life and, you know, take off and stand on them.
On behalf of international trade people everywhere, I'd like to thank the Nobel Committee for recognizing this field, which we think has been transformed in the past 30 years, and it's good to see that recognized. Beyond that, my God, this one Nobel Prize can discombobulate your whole day, and here I am. Thank you all so much.
In 1933, Judge Seabury drafted LaGuardia to lead a makeshift fusion party in a victorious assault on Tammany.
Let me make myself clear, not by understanding that this contest is for the purpose of putting out one set of politicians in order to put another set of politicians in.
Well, I don't see the possibility of that at the moment at all. You know what happened years ago? Britain offered Home Rule to Ireland as a whole, and the northern part didn't want it. And they said if they were forced to go in with the new republic, there would be civil war. And so the northern part opted to stay with us, and they've opted to stay with us ever since. Now that's what democracy is all about. It's a plain, straightforward principle of self-determination. Democracy is what the people want, and that must not be confounded by the law of the gun.
With all the panther power that can be mustered, we will greet you. We will annihilate you. We greet you only with the revolutionary fervor of the people. We greet you with the gun.
Greatness comes not when things go always good for you, but the greatness comes and you're really tested when you take some knocks, some disappointments, when sadness comes. Because only if you've been in the deepest valley can you ever know how magnificent it is to be on the highest mountain.
One of the most famous stars in Hollywood history is dead at 36. Marilyn Monroe was found dead in bed under circumstances that were in tragic contrast to her glamorous career as a comic talent. On the surface, she seemed to have such a zest for life. Her international appeal took her from command appearances to the other side of the world and entertainment for Korean GIs. The star led a far from normal childhood and had 12 sets of foster parents, leading her to say in her last interview that she was never used to being happy, so it wasn't something she ever took for granted. She never let her personal feelings interfere with her job, and she was the idol of the GIs, the animation of Foxhole Dreams. She found no happiness in marriage. Her second husband was baseball immortal Joe DiMaggio, and that marriage ended as had her first in divorce. Her third husband was playwright Arthur Miller, and they too separated. Miss Monroe played in 23 films since her debut in 1950, films that grossed $200 million. The Golden Girl received 5,000 fan letters a week, and to those fans, she never let any personal problems dim her screen glamour. Despite flashes of temperament and tantrums, she turned in performances that kept her among the greatest box office favorites in motion picture history.
We're the original landowners. We are the sovereign native people of this Western Hemisphere. And to be treated like that, you know, that's getting kicked in the face again. So drastic action. The white man has no eyes and has no ears, and the only way you force him to open his eyes and open his ears is to force him to. And we are throwing our lives on the line to get him to look and listen.
In the front crawl, one hand reaches forward above the water while the other pulls beneath the water. You breathe by turning your head to one side, just as the hand on that side passes your leg.
July 28, 1945. New York City was shrouded in a smothering blanket of fog when scores of people heard a low-flying plane heading south. Then an explosion. What had been a wartime dread had happened. An Army bomber lost in the overcast had crashed into the towering Empire State Building. Scores of warplanes passed over New York daily, but this one had wandered from the airport beam, dropped down to 900 feet, and ripped into the building. Parts of it blasting completely through the 79th floor and landing across the street. With most elevators knocked out, firemen had to drag hoses 11 flights from the 68th floor to fight the flames. Disaster units organized for wartime went into action. When a count was made, 3 crewmen were dead, as well as 10 persons working in the skyscraper, including one man blown from his office to the parapet below. 25 persons were injured in a disaster that remains the most singular in New York City's history. High-octane gas from ruptured fuel tanks threw a sheet of flame through the offices. This was a funeral pyre for most of the victims, who could not be identified for many days. Although the war was ended in Europe, Japan was still fighting, and this disaster brought home to New Yorkers some of the stark horror of war.
So it is the policy of the United States to seek and support the growth of democratic movements and institutions in every nation and culture with the ultimate goal of ending tyranny in our world. This is not primarily the task of arms, though we will defend ourselves and our friends by force of arms when necessary. Freedom, by its nature, must be chosen and defended by citizens and sustained by the rule of law and the protection of minorities. Yet those divisions do not define America. We felt the unity and fellowship of our nation when freedom came under attack. And our response came like a single hand over a single heart. And we can feel that same unity and pride whenever America acts for good, and the victims of disaster are given hope, and the unjust encounter justice, and the captives are set free.
John F. Kennedy settles into office as the 35th President of the United States, the youngest man and the first Roman Catholic ever elected to the office. The first president born in the 20th century. He comes to office after one of the narrowest elections in American history. At 43 years of age, Mr. Kennedy takes over the power that for 8 years has been vested in Dwight D. Eisenhower, who at 70 was the oldest occupant of the White House. Despite sub-freezing temperatures, hundreds of thousands watched the ceremonies in front of the Capitol as the new president and Vice President Lyndon Johnson assume office. Slippery streets and snarled traffic cause a delay in the swearing-in ceremonies, a delay which the president and his predecessor pass in serious conversation. Then Lyndon Baines Johnson is sworn in as Vice President by fellow Texan, Speaker of the House Sam Rayburn. The first time, incidentally, a Speaker of the House of Representatives has administered the oath of office to a Vice President. Then, 10 minutes later, John Fitzgerald Kennedy is sworn by Chief Justice Warren as the 35th President of the United States, with the prayers of 4 major faiths to support him in office.
Fitzgerald Kennedy, do solemnly swear.
I, John Fitzgerald Kennedy, do solemnly swear
that you will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States.
that I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States
And will, to the best of your ability,
and will, to the best of my ability,
preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States.
preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States.
So help you God.
So help me God.
Mr. Nixon and Mr. Eisenhower are quick to extend their congratulations. That night, things warm up. After a brief rest, President Kennedy and the First Lady venture from the White House to attend a round of no less than 5 gala inaugural balls. The presidential couple arrive at the main ball at the Columbia Armory, Washington's resplendent finale to 2.5 days of celebration. A new era begins under the leadership of President John F. Kennedy.
Jack Johnson fought middleweight champion Stanley Ketchel in a famous bout on October 16, 1909 in Colma, California. Ketchel knocked Johnson down in the 12th round. Johnson got up at the count of 8 and knocked Ketchel out.
Che Guevara signs a trade agreement between Cuba and China in the 1960s. After Fidel Castro took over Cuba in 1959, Guevara served as president of the National Bank of Cuba, then as the country's Minister of Industry. He also traveled overseas as an ambassador for Cuba.
1 million machete-wielding peasants jammed the square before Cuba's national capital in response to the call of Fidel Castro for a celebration of the 6th anniversary of his 26th of July revolutionary movement. It is perhaps the greatest mass rally ever staged in the Western Hemisphere, a telling demonstration of Castro's sway over the Cuban masses. Showing another aspect of his character, The unpredictable Castro dons a baseball uniform to pitch a full inning in a benefit game for his agrarian land reform fund. His new president, Dorticos, tosses the first ball and the game is on. Castro pitching is credited with striking out the 3 batters he faces. Could be this one game where the ump really has to be careful. Viva Fidel! The most devastating hurricane of this century to whip the Gulf Coast roars toward Texas and Louisiana. Workers rush to board up what they can, as more than 400,000 persons flee the more critical areas. As Carla moves slowly in from the Gulf, high winds herald the approach of gales up to 170 miles an hour. Tides run as high as 12 feet above normal, and Galveston had 4 feet of water in the business district as most of the population fled. In Louisiana, the story was the same. Roaring winds heralding the approach of the unwelcome visitor. Makeshift precautions by those who decide to brave the storm in their own homes, but most take the advice of meteorologists and head for higher land, away from the sea, taking pets and livestock with them to safety. Lost in the storm, the crops alone is bound to reach staggering proportions, and ripening citrus harvest has already been ruined. Some estimates putting the loss at nearly $40 billion. The Gulf towns have experienced big blows before, but nothing in 60 years to compare with the fury of the season's first big blow. The baseball season was highlighted by a National League playoff, and when the Giants met the Yankees, Chuck Hiller, a Giant rookie, made the record book with a grand slam homer. This 4-run blast was the first national bases-loaded homer in World Series history. All fans thrilled to another rookie. Yankee Tom Tresh broke up the 5th game with a 3-run homer that sent the teams back to San Francisco for the final tilt. But it rained for days on the coast, and for a time it looked like the only winner would be the weatherman. When Willie McCovey slammed one to Bobby Richardson for the final out, the Yankees had won their 20th World Championship. The champs were as happy as schoolboys as they mobbed pitcher Ralph Terry. Madness and hate erupt anew in Dallas as President Kennedy's accused assassin is shot down himself during a jail transfer. There's an ominous symbol in Lee Harvey Oswald's murder weapon as he is taken to the city jail basement where an armored car is to move him to a maximum security cell. Oswald walks his last mile. His assailant moves in from the right.
There is Lee Oswald. He's been shot. He's been shot. Lee Oswald has been shot.
Now, from another camera, the motion is slowed. The murderer moves in, and here is the shame of all America as Jack Rubenstein takes the law unto himself. The dying Oswald is rushed to the same hospital where President Kennedy died. Doctors work to save his life. But 48 hours and 7 minutes after the president's death, his accused slayer is dead.
Deadly fragmentation bombs pierced Nazi lines, opening a road to Paris. Allied bombers blast roads. Overrunning the Breton Peninsula, General Omar Bradley's forces drive to the mouth of the Loire. Using the river as a protecting right flank, the Yanks head east. The main power of the Allied attack centers in our armored forces. Following in the wake of the air bombardment, they open a corridor for our ground forces. Shortly after these pictures were taken, Supreme Commander Eisenhower moved his headquarters to France. With the opening of strategic Atlantic ports to Allied shipping, the victory drive will gain added impetus. German casualties in France, dead, wounded, and captured, reached a staggering total of 250,000 men in 2 weeks. Wounded, both friend and enemy receive first aid. Fleeing Nazis are forced to use horses and wagons or any available equipment to escape the swift pressure as the attack spearheads to the 50-mile zone toward Paris. The crushing might of the Allied attack, Canadians on the north, English in the middle, and Yanks on the Loire, form a dagger pointed at the enemy in and around the French capital. Hundreds of Nazi armored vehicles and guns and thousands of trucks are abandoned by the fast retreating Germans. The liberation of France strikes a fast pace, a little too fast for some fellows.
From the inaugural platform erected upon the east front of the majestic Capitol, the President made his speech of acceptance as 150,000 looked on and as 50 million listened in by radio.
This is a day of national consecration. And I am certain that on this day my fellow Americans expect that on my induction into the presidency, I will address them with a candor and a decision which the present situation of our people impels. This is preeminently the time to speak the truth and boldly, nor need we shrink from honestly facing conditions in our country today. This great nation will endure as it has endured, will revive and will prosper. So first of all, let me assert my firm belief that the only thing we have to fear is fear itself, nameless, unreasoning, unjustified terror, which paralyzes needed effort to convert retreat into advance. In every dark hour of our national life, a leadership of frankness and of vigor has met with that understanding and support of the people themselves, which is essential to victory. And I am convinced that you will again give that support to leadership in these critical days.
Riders on a float throw party favors to spectators during a Mardi Gras parade.
The Space Telescope Kepler was launched in 2009 to hunt for planets circling distant stars. This animation shows the Kepler spacecraft. The telescope continuously watches a particular section of the sky, looking for a dip in the brightness of any star in its view. Such a dip may indicate that a planet is passing in front of the star, blocking a small amount of its light. In March 2011, a powerful earthquake off the coast of Japan triggered one of the largest and most devastating tsunamis ever recorded. A tsunami is a series of ocean waves generated by an earthquake or other disturbance. This computer simulation shows the spread of the waves from the quake zone over the entire Pacific Ocean. The first wave reached the southern tip of South America in about 24 hours. The final image shows the maximum wave height in centimeters at each point in the ocean.
Elephants are the largest land animals. This video shows two male elephants fighting. Males must compete to mate with females. Elephants are the largest land animals. This video shows African elephants bathing in mud, which helps to protect their skin.
The Alaskan brown bear is the largest carnivore that lives on land. It grows about 9 feet, 2.7 meters long, and may weigh up to 1,700 pounds, 770 kilograms. This slow-motion video shows an Alaskan brown bear chasing salmon in a stream and capturing one in its jaws. Alligators are raised on farms for leather and meat. This video shows American alligators at an alligator farm. Badgers are excellent diggers. This video shows an American badger resting in its burrow.
Puffins, shown in this video, nest in large colonies on rocky coasts and islands. The humpback whale can reach a length of 62 feet, 19 meters. This video shows a humpback whale swimming near the surface. Dolphins are graceful marine mammals. This video shows a bottlenose dolphin leaping completely out of the water and then plunging back in. Dolphins are strong, agile swimmers. Sea anemones use stinging cells on their tentacles to capture prey. This video shows sea anemone tentacles waving in ocean currents.
A California chipmunk chews on a nut in this video. The animal holds the food in its small, slender forepaws, nibbling with its sharp front teeth.
The cane toad, shown in this video, can inflate its throat to make calls.
Baboons live in groups from 10 to 200 animals. This video shows chukma baboons grooming one another. Chukma baboons live in rocky regions and open woodlands in southern Africa. An octopus's lack of bones enables the animal to hide in tight spaces. This video shows a common octopus sheltering in a coral reef.
Snapping turtles hunt fish and other small animals. This video shows a common snapping turtle using its tongue as a lure. When a fish comes to investigate, the turtle snaps its jaws closed, trapping the fish. Dingoes are wild dogs of Australia. This video shows a dingo in the desert near Uluru, also known as Ayers Rock, which can be seen in the background. The emu is a large, flightless bird of Australia. This video shows a group of young emus walking with their parent. The adult bird takes a moment to groom its thick, brownish-black feathers. Adult emus stand about 5½ feet, 1.7 meters tall, and weigh about 100 pounds, 45 kilograms. The ostrich is the only taller bird. Tortoises are turtles that live on land. This video shows a Galapagos tortoise chewing on vegetation. The Galapagos tortoise can grow up to 4 feet, 1.2 meters, long. Giraffes are tall and have long necks that help them feed on tree leaves. This video shows a giraffe walking near some trees. Goldfish are popular pets. This video shows 2 goldfish swimming in a home aquarium. Barracudas are slender fish with large jaws and sharp teeth. This video shows a great barracuda swimming near the ocean surface.
Flamingos are pink wading birds. This video shows Chilean flamingos flying in a flock. Roadrunners are swift ground birds. This video shows a greater roadrunner preparing to eat a snake.
Mice are often active at night. This video shows a house mouse leaving its burrow under cover of darkness.
Peacocks are perhaps the showiest of all birds. This video shows a peacock displaying his magnificent tail feathers. These displays attract mates.
This video shows a killer whale swimming near the ocean surface. Lionesses are powerful hunters and they take good care of their young. This video shows a mother lion walking with her 2 young cubs. Llamas are domesticated animals of South America. This video shows brown and white llamas walking along a mountain trail. Gorillas are the largest apes. A large gorilla may reach 6 feet, 1.8 meters tall when it stands. This video shows a lowland gorilla eating grass.
Mallards are a type of duck that lives in shallow wetlands. This video shows a female mallard diving for food.
This slow-motion video shows a mountain lion leaping across a gorge. Muskrats are rodents that live near streams, ponds, and rivers. This video shows a muskrat swimming through the water.
Raccoons may hunt for food in rivers or streams. This video shows a northern raccoon mother wading with 2 cubs.
Ostriches are large flightless birds of Africa. This video shows nesting ostriches and their chicks.
Crabs are shelled animals with 10 legs. This video shows a small red crab walking sideways among rocks near the seashore.
Squirrels are rodents that typically feed on nuts. This video shows the squirrel's long bushy tail and reddish-brown fur.
Hawks are large birds of prey. This video shows a red-tailed hawk swooping from a tree branch to seize a small animal in its talons. Reindeer are large deer that live in northern regions. This video shows domestic reindeer chewing on feed.
Hippopotamuses are large mammals that live in rivers. This video shows two hippopotamuses fighting each other in the water.
Hummingbirds can hover in place, beating their tiny wings dozens of times each second. This video shows a ruby-throated hummingbird feeding from a special bird feeder.
Parrots are colorful birds that live in the tropics. This slow-motion video shows a large parrot called the scarlet macaw launching from its perch.
A scorpion is an 8-legged animal with a stinger on its tail. This video shows two striped scorpions fighting. Scorpions may attack unfamiliar scorpions. Cockatoos are large parrots that live in Australia, New Guinea, and neighbouring islands. This video shows a black cockatoo surveying its surroundings. Orangutans are red-haired apes that live in the tropical rainforest of Southeast Asia. This video shows a young orangutan playing with vegetation. The Tasmanian devil is a meat-eating mammal that lives on the Australian island of Tasmania. This video shows a Tasmanian devil walking among rocks. White-tailed deer are a common North American deer. This video shows a white-tailed deer effortlessly leaping a barbed wire fence. The woodchuck, shown in this video, is a burrowing rodent.
Cats are playful animals that people keep as pets. This video shows a cat batting at a toy that is inside a box cut with holes. Cats that spend time outdoors often chase and pounce on small animals, such as mice. Many cats appear to enjoy playing with toys that are similar in size to mice. An empty seesaw's center of gravity, shown by an orange arrow in this video clip, is at the center of the board. When two children of different weights get on opposite ends of the seesaw, the center of gravity shifts toward the heavier child. The seesaw will tilt toward that end. If the heavier child moves toward the seesaw's center, the center of gravity moves as well, restoring balance.
The Kepler Space Telescope continuously watches a section of the sky located near the constellation Cygnus, the Swan, as seen in this animation. By closely monitoring the brightness of each star in this area, Kepler will identify which stars have planets circling them. A dip in a star's brightness may indicate that a planet is passing in front of the star, blocking part of its light.
Many people participate in aerobics programs, such as the step aerobics class shown here, to increase their endurance and energy and to achieve and maintain their proper weight. Regular aerobic exercise may also help lessen the risk of heart disease.
Well, today was a fairly challenging flight. We did our Peninsula 23 mission, we call it. It's challenging because we knew ahead of time the weather forecast was on the marginal side for many of the sites. It was marginal because we knew that the southern part of the survey line was pretty well covered in clouds, and we have very good forecast models to tell us that. And it's a mission we probably would not have flown earlier in the campaign. We would have waited for a more ideal day. But since we're running out of time to get this mission in, we thought we just might not get a better day than today, and we gave it a try. Well, we saw a number of glaciers, starting out with Victoria Glacier in the far north of the peninsula, Drygalski Glacier just next to it, and then the Crane Glacier, which is one of a lot of scientific interest these days. Flass Glacier, Lepard Glacier, and the Fleming Glacier, and a couple of other more minor glaciers on down the peninsula. A lot of those are fairly important glaciers because they used to flow into the old Larsen B ice shelf, which has disintegrated about 8 years ago. And So there's been a lot of scientific interest in the continuing evolution of those glaciers to that event. We've got 1 week to go in this campaign, and we're hoping for some bang-up good weather to knock out a lot of flights in the last week.
Nearly 1,000 years ago, people saw an exploding star right here. This is the Crab Nebula, the wreckage of that event. For most X-ray astronomers, it's the brightest and steadiest beacon in the sky. But now they realize it's not as steady as they thought. Several orbiting X-ray observatories have seen unexpected variations. Most X-ray telescopes don't have sharp enough vision to make images. Instead, they detect the crab as a broad source. From 1999 to 2008, it brightened and faded by as much as 3.5% a year. And since 2008, it's faded by 7%. The gamma-ray burst monitor on NASA's Fermi satellite detected the decline, and Fermi also spotted 2 gamma-ray flares at even higher energies. What's going on? Scientists think the X-rays reveal processes deep within the nebula in a region powered by a rapidly spinning neutron star, the core of the star that blew up. This image from NASA's Chandra X-ray Observatory shows how complex this inner region is. But figuring out where the crab's long-term X-ray changes are taking place will require a new generation of hard X-ray telescopes. Once regarded as an unchanging standard, the Crab Nebula flickers from energy ultimately provided by a long-dead star.
This video shows the slow retreat of permanent sea ice on Antarctica's Larsen B ice shelf from 2001 to 2009. The area shown surrounds a body of water called the Larsen B embayment. A red line highlights the edge of permanent ice photographs taken in the spring of each year. Scientists think global warming is responsible for an overall loss in permanent sea ice during this period. Global warming is an increase in Earth's average surface temperature, caused in part by human activity.
At any given moment, about 1,800 thunderstorms are in progress somewhere on the globe. New observations by NASA's Fermi Gamma Ray Space Telescope show that thunderstorms make antimatter. The process starts with a terrestrial gamma ray flash, or TGF, an intense pulse of gamma rays originating from thunderstorms. These dots mark TGFs observed by Fermi's Gamma Ray Burst Monitor during the spacecraft's first 8 months of operations. Researchers estimate that there may be as many as 500 TGFs each day. On December 14, 2009, as Fermi passed over Egypt, it spotted a TGF produced by a thunderstorm in Zambia. The TGF was over the spacecraft's horizon, where Fermi couldn't see it. So how could Fermi have detected it? Scientists believe that the TGF process begins in a thunderstorm's intense electrical field. Electrons within this field become accelerated upward. Above the storm, where the air is thin, the electrons can ramp up to speeds nearly as fast as the speed of light. When these ultra-fast electrons encounter an atom, they emit gamma rays. Very rarely, one of these gamma ray photons grazes an atom and transforms into a pair of particles. One, an electron, is normal matter. The other is antimatter, the electron's opposite, called a positron. The gamma rays travel in straight lines, but the charged particles spiral along lines of Earth's magnetic field. And that was the route to Fermi. The particles created by the TGF rode upward on magnetic field lines and then struck the spacecraft. The positrons annihilated when they struck electrons in Fermi, creating a flash of gamma rays. For an instant, Fermi became a gamma ray source and set off its own detectors. A fraction of a second later, some of the particles were bounced back along the same magnetic field line. They again passed through Fermi and again produced gamma rays. The spacecraft has observed this phenomenon on at least 4 other occasions. So the next time lightning flashes and thunder roars, remember, you may be witnessing antimatter in the making.
Arctic sea ice has shown an overall decline in the last 30 years. This animation shows how a patch of ice might change over 4 years. The retreating ice not only covers less area, but also thins as it retreats. Over the course of a year, the ice will shrink during the summer, but then grow larger during the winter. Though it expands during the winter, the sea ice in the first decade of the 2000s has not reached the extent seen in decades past. Sea ice reflects the sun's rays, keeping them from warming the water beneath. As the sea ice retreats and thins, more sunlight gets through to the water below, warming it. Since 1979, the amount of sea ice in the Arctic has shown an overall decline. This animated graph shows the change in total surface area of Arctic sea ice from a high of about 2.7 million square miles, 7 million square kilometers, to a minimum of about half that amount. Many scientists believe that the sea ice during the summer months may disappear entirely within several decades.
Was this mission 100% successful in terms of the science? I would have to say no. It was 1,000% successful. We achieved all of our science objectives. We do, in fact, have a comparison of the deep impact area, and it, in fact, does show an impact crater.
It's about 150 meters across and has a small central mound in the center. It looks as if from the impact the stuff went up and came back down. You can barely see this, but there's a little lit area on that side and a dark area on the other, and that's the central mound where we think the material came down.
Comets, unlike any other body in the solar system, are unique because when they're in the inner part of the solar system where the Earth is, they're literally coming apart and sending tons and tons of gas and rocks and dust out into space. This spacecraft, Stardust, went through this cloud of dust and rocks coming off the comet. We have instruments on the front of the spacecraft called a dust flux monitor instrument, and they have sensors to detect these impacts. A good analogy of thinking of like a B-17 in World War II flying through flak. That's it.
I have a message for any school kids out there who might be wondering how NASA can send a spacecraft billions of miles through the solar system and somehow wind up flying so close to a tiny comet only a few kilometers in diameter. It's done with math.
Before every space shuttle launch, astronauts and ground crews prepare for liftoff with training and a full launch dress rehearsal at NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida. For more than 27 years, Travis Todd Thompson, closeout crew lead with the United Space Alliance, has been part of the Terminal Countdown Demonstration Test, or TCDT, training activities at Kennedy.
TCDT is a great time for us to get to know the crew, for them to get to know us. We go through this dry count. It's like a dress rehearsal, so we get to know what their comfort level is, what they're going to need on launch day, and it helps launch day to go smoother when we get to do this.
TCDT training gives the flight crew a chance to become familiar with the spacecraft, check the fit of their spacesuits, practice slide wire basket evacuation procedures at the launch pad, and check out their mission's cargo in the shuttle's payload bay. The slide wire baskets have been part of the pad's emergency egress system since STS-1, but have never been used for an emergency. But training for the unexpected on the launch pad is nevertheless a staple during TCDT.
This is the primary egress route. If we had to evacuate the White Room in a hurry, we would egress down this yellow path here. There's Fire-X nozzles that spray heavy amounts of water on us and the flight crew as we'd be egressing. So the reason this pad is painted yellow with the black chevrons is because with all the water coming in your face, you can only really see at your feet. So we follow this, we call it the yellow brick road, and it would take us straight to the slide wire baskets.
The astronauts also receive instruction on driving the M113 armored personnel carriers as part of their emergency pad escape training. Every crew member gets a chance to drive the M113, instructed by Kennedy's fire chief. Thompson also is there to lend a hand.
Gives me a good time to get to know the crew a little bit on a comfortable basis, before we really have to do a lot of work. and it's fun for them. They like it.
In addition to pad and field training, the commander and pilot practiced touch-and-go landings in NASA's shuttle training aircraft, Gulfstream jets that have been modified to simulate the orbiter's unpowered high-speed glide at Kennedy Shuttle Landing Facility. TCDT wraps up with a full launch dress rehearsal where the astronauts climb into their flight suits and helmets and step into NASA's Astrovan for a short trip to the launch pad's White Room on the 195-foot level. There, Thompson and his team are waiting to help the crew members board the shuttle. Once on board, the astronauts go through the entire launch sequence right up to engine start. At that point, training is over, and in just a couple of weeks, they'll return to do the real thing.
Yeah, and that's one of my main duties is to watch out for them on launch day, their safety and their comfort. So I take a lot of pride in that. I'm happy that I can say some of them are my friends.
Auroral substorms are disturbances in the patterns of auroras caused by variations in Earth's magnetic field. This video shows an auroral substorm around the North Pole.
Sotraphacula on Titan is the best case yet of a cryovolcano in the outer solar system. In fact, it appears to be two cryovolcanoes separated by a low area where we see some sand dunes. Here we see data from radar and the visible and infrared mapping spectrometer. This is false color to distinguish the different compositions of the surface, so the green areas are what we think are the volcanic areas, while the blues would be fields of sand dunes. Now we change the color scheme. The reds and yellows are highs, the blues are lows. When we got the topography, we see this tall mountain is about 1,000 meters tall. When you have a tall mountain and a deep crater and a lobate flow-like feature coming out of it, then it's very likely to be a cryovolcano. On Earth, volcanoes are formed by molten rock or magma that, when it comes out, is called lava. On Titan and other icy bodies, such as Saturn's moon Enceladus, we have cryovolcanism, that is very cold volcanism. And the material inside these bodies, the quotes magma, is not molten rock, is actually a watery mixture. Is water with probably ammonia and maybe methanol and other things. Material is being brought from the interior of the moon or the planet to the surface. This is important for a number of reasons, and one of them is that if you still have heat, and enough heat to actually cause cryovolcanism to occur, and if you have water, then those are two of the ingredients.
Most big galaxies contain big black holes. Not just big, supersized, with millions of times the sun's mass. Some of these black holes are actively devouring gas. This drives particle jets that can spew matter millions of light years into space, and it also makes the holes a source of penetrating, or hard, X-rays. At these energies, the sky glows in every direction, even far away from bright sources. Astronomers have long suspected that active supermassive black holes in galaxies were responsible, but they just couldn't find enough of them to account for the X-ray glow, especially the peak of the energy spectrum. Now, astronomers using NASA's SWIFT satellite confirm that a largely unseen population of black hole-powered galaxies is out there. There are so many that scientists say they might fully account for the cosmic X-ray background. What emission we detect from an active black hole is a function of how we see it, whether we're looking face-on and into one of its jets, or viewing it from the side through the disk of gas and dust that surrounds it. The brightest active black holes, which include quasars and blazars, are those we see face-on. But as the viewing angle increases, the surrounding disk absorbs increasing amounts of radiation. Astronomers have always assumed that many active galaxies were oriented edgewise to us, but because the disk of gas smothers most of their X-rays, these sideways black holes just weren't detected. And that's where SWIFT comes in. Since 2004, the satellite's Burst Alert telescope has been building up the largest, most sensitive X-ray map of the sky. Using these data, astronomers found that the most heavily absorbed galaxies create the energy peak in the cosmic X-ray background. What does it all mean? When the universe was about half its present age, about 7 billion years ago, galaxies crashed together more frequently, and these collisions produced gas-rich galaxies with heavily obscured black holes. The Swift survey shows that galaxy mergers helped activate these black holes by feeding them torrents of fresh gas. The new findings are consistent with the idea that the X-ray background peaked around this time, when our own galaxy was young and before our solar system was born.
"25 years after one of the most tragic moments in NASA's history, the service paid by the crew of the Space Shuttle Challenger to the goal of space exploration continues to echo in our national consciousness."
You know, those of us who are old enough to remember, we can probably tell you exactly where they were or what they were doing, the morning of January 28th, 1986, when we lost the Space Shuttle Challenger and her crew of 7. Much like the assassination of President Kennedy, the Apollo 11 landing on the moon, September 11th, 2001, all of these are moments that define our history.
The NASA family paused Friday to recall the loss of the astronauts and the shuttle. Launching on a cold morning, January 28, 1986, the shuttle suffered a fatal breach in one of its solid rocket boosters. Hot gases escaped the booster's casing and ruptured the external fuel tank Challenger was bolted to during its climb into space. The shuttle broke up instantly when the propellants in the tank ignited.
What should have been a day heralded for education turned to tragedy in a split second. Our loved ones were gone. Our nation grieved, and our future looked uncertain.
Challenger was opening space access further on the STS-51L mission by including a school teacher, Krista McAuliffe. Astronaut Francis Dick Scobie commanded the mix of veteran astronauts and first-time flyers for the Challenger mission. Michael Smith served as pilot, while Ellison Onizuka, Judy Resnick, and Ronald McNair flew as mission specialists. Engineer Greg Jarvis served as a payload specialist.
What we do as explorers is not easy. Michael, Dick, Ronald, Ellison, Krista, Gregory, and Judy knew this and accepted the risk.
In the 2.5 decades since the mission was lost, NASA set out to learn important lessons from Challenger. The shuttles were modified, processes were refocused, and attitudes covering everything from safety to flight rules were improved.
The sacrifice of these 7 contributed greatly to me being able to fly in a far safer, far better, far more effective space shuttle.
McAuliffe's mission of teaching from space was not forgotten either. Her backup, Barbara Morgan, returned to the astronaut corps and flew into space as a mission specialist on STS-118. She showed students all over the world principles of physics and microgravity from the unique classroom of the International Space Station.
If we didn't somehow continue Challenger's mission of education, then our loved ones would have died in vain.
Families of the Challenger crew opened a series of Challenger centers to teach school children about science, engineering, and math. Ultimately, the Challenger crew, along with the astronauts of Columbia's STS-107 and Apollo 1, can be seen as people look into space and see the sunlight reflected off the International Space Station or the large satellites the shuttles carried into orbit.
The entire world knew how the Challenger crew died. We wanted the world to know how they lived and for what they were risking their lives. Challenger wasn't the final chapter in the book of space exploration, just a transition chapter in this great book. Nor is Space Shuttle the final chapter.
The Wilkinson Microwave Anisotropy Probe, or WMAP, shown in this animation, imaged the cosmic microwave background, CMB, radiation. The CMB radiation consists of energy left over from the early universe. The image provides a map of the distribution of matter shortly after the Big Bang, the cosmic explosion that began the universe's expansion. The clumps of matter would later pull together to form stars and galaxies.
Urban heat islands affect human health, and it affects energy consumption. Those two things alone are enough to drive worldwide interest.
When we build an urban area, we're replacing the vegetated surface and also the soil surface with this impervious surface like the paving material and the building material. By doing this, we're basically warming the urban areas, and this will generate a temperature difference, and that's what we call the urban heat island. We find out that the urban heat island affected by several factors. The first factor will be the surrounding ecological context, and then will be the size of the city. We're talking about the size, we mean both the area of the city and also the population size of the city. And then will be the shape of the city, and also the development patterns of the city.
We used a variety of satellite data, both land surface temperature data from MODIS and also impervious surface data from the Landsat satellite. Impervious surface data essentially tells us how much building material is on the land surface in order to study the urban heat island. The urban heat island is much larger if you convert a forested area into an urban area, and this is because the urban heat island is a relative measure. So urban areas and forests are much warmer than the surrounding landscape than they are in deserts, for example, because the surrounding landscape is already warm. I think the general public should be interested in urban heat islands because of the fact that it's where most of the people live, and in the next 50 years we're going to see 80% of the global population living in cities. And the urban heat island matters for everything from health, like asthma and heart conditions, to how much heating and air conditioning you need to use to cool or heat your living space.
Carbon is the basic building block of life, and these unique atoms are found everywhere on Earth. Carbon makes up the Earth's plants and animals, and carbon is also stored in the ocean, the atmosphere, and the crust of the planet. A carbon atom could spend millions of years moving through the Earth in a complex cycle. Understanding the carbon cycle and how it is changing is key to understanding Earth's changing climate. On land, plants remove carbon from the atmosphere through photosynthesis. Animals eat plants and either breathe out carbon or it moves up the food chain. When plants and animals die and decay, they transfer carbon back to the soil. Moving offshore, the ocean holds huge amounts of carbon, about 50 times the amount we find in the atmosphere.
The ocean is sometimes called a carbon sink, meaning that it absorbs or takes up carbon from the atmosphere. It takes up carbon through physical and biological processes.
At the ocean's surface, carbon dioxide from the atmosphere dissolves into the water. Tiny marine plants called phytoplankton use this carbon dioxide for photosynthesis. Phytoplankton are the base of the marine food web. After animals eat the plants, they breathe out the carbon or pass it up the food chain. Sometimes phytoplankton die, decompose, and are recycled in the surface waters. Phytoplankton can also sink to the ocean floor, carrying carbon as they descend. Over long time scales, this process has made the ocean floor the largest reservoir of carbon on the planet. Most of the ocean's nutrients are in cold, deep water. In a process called upwelling, currents bring nutrients and carbon up to the surface. Carbon can then be released as a gas back into the atmosphere, continuing the carbon cycle. By cycling huge amounts of carbon, the ocean helps regulate climate.
So when you think of climate, you don't often think of the ocean. Climate, you think of, is it going to be hotter this year? Is it going to be colder this year? But the oceans are actually a great regulator or controller of the Earth's climate. And they even are controlling how much carbon is in the atmosphere, which can slow down how quickly climate change is occurring.
At the most basic level, the balance between incoming sunlight and outgoing heat determines the Earth's climate. Greenhouse gases act like a blanket and trap heat in the atmosphere. Carbon dioxide is a greenhouse gas. In the past 2 centuries, humans have increased atmospheric carbon dioxide by more than 30% by burning fossil fuels and cutting down forests. The Earth has not experienced carbon dioxide levels this high for the past several million years. Researchers are learning that future climate change will depend on carbon levels in the land, in the atmosphere, and in the sea, and how these levels respond to human disturbance. About 1/3 of all human-generated carbon emissions has dissolved in the ocean. More than 80% of Earth's added heat is now stored in the ocean.
In the future, as the planet gets warmer, the water's going to warm up, and warm water can hold less carbon than cold water. The other thing is, on a warmer planet, some of the currents are going to slow down, and so we might not be forming as much of this cold, deep water. So we won't be able to transport carbon into the deep sea. So on the whole, the ocean's going to become less effective at removing carbon from the atmosphere.
Throughout most of Earth's ocean, the warmer water, weaker circulation, and new temperature gradients that result from climate change will impact marine life and ecosystems. These changes affect the ocean's ability to store carbon. Increased carbon dioxide in the atmosphere impacts marine life in other ways.
As the ocean absorbs more carbon dioxide, it becomes more acidic, and this can be a threat to some of the organisms that live inside the ocean.
As Earth's climate continues to change, how will researchers monitor something as big as the ocean and something as complex as the carbon cycle?
Though cold and often remote, the icy reaches of the Arctic, Antarctic, and other frozen places affect the lives of everyone on Earth. We start our tour in Antarctica. Where they meet the sea, mountains of ice crack and crumble. The resulting icebergs can float for years. Ice shelves surround half the continent. They slow the relentless march of ice streams and glaciers like dams hold back rivers. But the region is changing. As temperatures increase, we see a growing number of melt ponds. As this heavy meltwater forces its way into cracks, ice shelves weaken and can ultimately collapse. After 12,000 years, the Larsen B ice shelf collapsed in just 5 weeks. Offshore, sea ice forms when the surface of the ocean freezes, pushing salt out of the ice. The cold, salty surface water starts to sink, pumping deeper water out of the way, powering global ocean circulation. These currents influence climate worldwide. Most ice exists in the cold polar regions, but we see glaciers like these in the Andes all over the world. Most are shrinking. Here in North America, millions of people experience the cryosphere every year. eastward moving storms deposit snow like thick paint brushes. Mountain snowpacks store water. Snowmelt provides 3/4 of the water resources used in the American West. Substantial winter snows produced a green Colorado in 2003, but drier conditions the previous year limited vegetation growth and increased the risk of fires. In the Rocky Mountains, there are patches of frozen ground called permafrost that never thaw. These regions are unusual in the mid-latitudes, but farther north, permafrost is more widespread and continuous, covering nearly 1/5 of the land surface in the northern hemisphere. Sea ice varies from season to season and from year to year. Data show that Arctic sea ice has shrunk dramatically in the last few decades. The effects could be profound. As polar ice decreases, more open water could promote greater heating. More heating could lead to faster melting, reinforcing the cycle. If this trend continues, the Arctic Ocean could be ice-free in the summer by the end of the century. These changes in ice cover are not limited to oceans. Greenland's ice sheet contains nearly 10% of the Earth's glacial ice. Glaciers in western Greenland produce most of the icebergs in the North Atlantic. After decades of stability, Greenland's Jakobshavn ice stream, one of the fastest flowing glaciers in the world, has changed dramatically. The ice has thinned and the front retreated significantly. Between 1997 and 2003, the glacier's flow rate nearly doubled to 5 feet an hour. These are just some of the cryospheric processes that NASA satellites observe from space. Continued observation provides a critical global perspective as our home planet continues to change, day to day, year to year, and further into the future.
In an annular eclipse, shown in this time-lapse video, the moon does not cover the entire sun, leaving a bright ring visible. A nova is an explosion that occurs when a small star called a white dwarf grows too large. It grows by attracting mass from a larger nearby star, as seen in this video. After reaching a certain size, the dwarf explodes in a thermonuclear reaction, throwing off the extra mass. The white dwarf is not destroyed, and can undergo novae, the plural of nova, again and again. Emperor penguins are the largest of all penguins. They usually reach about 3 feet, 1 meter, tall, and weigh as much as 100 pounds, 45 kilograms. This video shows emperor penguins walking slowly across the Antarctic ice. Emperor penguins are the only large animals that spend the winter in Antarctica. From the edge of the ice, the penguins travel up to about 60 miles, 100 kilometers, inland to reach nesting colonies. Large groups of males huddle together, sheltering one another from the strong winds and freezing temperatures. Each male incubates a single large egg on its feet. Meanwhile, the females travel to the ocean to feed. Antarctica lacks predators such as foxes that could threaten eggs and chicks.
The twin towers of Munich's Frauenkirche are visible throughout the city. The Gothic cathedral lies just outside the Marienplatz, the central square of the old town. Munich's Alte Rathaus, or Old Town Hall, stands on the east end of the Marienplatz, the central square of the Old Town. The building dates from the late 1400s. Clouds creep by a hilltop castle overlooking the Danube River as it winds through Austria. Riverside castles helped kings and nobles control river traffic and defend their lands. Cathedrals are often illuminated by night, adding to their impressive appearance. Boats cruise the picturesque Vltava River through the center of Prague, the capital of the Czech Republic. The Baroque St. Nicholas Church stands at the end of Mostecka Street in Prague's Mala Strana, or Lesser Quarter. Prague's Archbishop's Palace has stood on Hranice Square since the 1500s. Today, instead of kings, tourists wander about the entrance to the Prague Castle complex. The castle's oldest buildings date to the late 800s. The Gothic spires of St. Vitus's Cathedral contribute to Prague's nickname, City of 100 Spires. Tourists flock around the Jan Hus Memorial in Prague's Old Town Square, with the Gothic Teen Church in the background. Salzburg's sprawling Hohensalzburg Fortress, or Salzburg Castle, keeps watch over the Austrian city. Just visible atop the main tower of Vienna's imposing neo-Gothic Rathaus, or Town Hall, is the Eiserner Rathausmann, or Iron Knight of City Hall. Traffic passes before Vienna's Schönbrunn Palace, the residence of the Habsburg emperors from the 1700s until 1918. St. Peter's Basilica stands large behind the Egyptian obelisk in Vatican City's Piazza di San Pietro, Square of St. Peter. The square was completed in 1667 with room enough for 400,000 people. Vatican City lies entirely within the city of Rome. The Arch of Constantine has stood outside the Colosseum in Rome since AD 315. Roman Emperor Constantine built the arch to celebrate his victory over Maxentius at the Battle of Milvian Bridge 3 years earlier. When built in 1889, the Eiffel Tower was the world's tallest structure, rising 984 feet, 300 meters, above the city of Paris.
A popular tourist attraction, Rome's Trevi Fountain, was completed in 1762. A legend says that visitors who throw coins into this fountain will someday return to the city. People crowd for a glimpse of the Pope in the Piazza di San Pietro, or Square of St. Peter, in Vatican City. The Pope sits on the steps of St. Peter's Basilica, the world's largest Christian church. Vatican City lies entirely within the city of Rome. These columns and stone blocks are all that remain of the Forum, the section of ancient Rome that served as the center of government. Corinthian columns support the porch roof of Rome's Pantheon, a well-preserved ancient temple in the center of Rome. Its name comes from the Greek word pantheon, which means place for all gods. The Italian flag, il tricolore, the tricolor, flies before Rome's altar of the nation, a monument to King Victor Emmanuel II, the first king of Italy. Ancient and modern Rome come together on the Via dei Fori Imperiale, a street connecting the Colosseum with the Piazza Venezia. Layers upon layers of ancient ruins bear witness to Rome's long and rich history. The Eiffel Tower is the most famous landmark in Paris. It was erected as the symbol of a World's Fair called the Universal Exposition of 1889. The Eiffel Tower is a major tourist attraction in Paris. Since its construction in 1889, more than 250 million people have visited the tower. Traffic circulates through the Place de la Concorde, the largest public square in Paris. During the French Revolution, from 1789 to 1799, a guillotine stood at the center of the square, marked now by the Egyptian obelisk. More than 1,300 people were executed in the square, including King Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette. At 162 feet, 49.5 meters high, the Arc de Triomphe in Paris is the largest triumphal arch in the world. The neoclassic arch stands at the center of the busy Place de l'Etoile, the meeting point of 12 avenues, including the famous Champs-Élysées. The Hôtel des Invalides, home for disabled soldiers, in Paris, was built in 1676 as a hospital and home for the injured and aged soldiers of King Louis XIV. Napoleon I is entombed in the chapel, the Église du Dôme, beneath the Golden Dome. The Hôtel des Invalides now houses the extensive Musée de l'Armée, Army Museum. The Louvre is one of the largest and most famous art museums in the world. It stands along the Seine River in Paris. The main building was a royal palace until being converted into a museum in 1793. The glass pyramid entrance was added in the 1980s. Notre-Dame de Paris was built between 1163 and 1250. Paris' most famous cathedral draws more than 10 million visitors every year, roughly 30,000 people every day. The Palais Garnier in Paris is the 13th theater to house the Paris Opera since it was founded in 1669. Designed by Charles Garnier, the Opera House was inaugurated on January 15, 1875. The Baroque structure includes classical elements from the designs of French and Italian Renaissance palaces. The Salzach River flows below Salzburg's sprawling Hohensalzburg Fortress or Salzburg Castle. The giant fortification has kept watch over the Austrian city since 1077.
Isolated and icy, Antarctica is among the most challenging natural laboratories to access. Getting to Antarctica isn't easy, and landing a plane on McMurdo Station's sea ice runway can give even the most seasoned researcher an adventurous arrival. Each year, researchers from around the globe brave the frigid conditions in order to obtain critical field measurements on the ice sheet. Luckily, remote sensing scientists have dedicated time to developing detailed, accurate imagery of this frozen land from a far more hospitable vantage point. This new image mosaic, seen here, is known as the Landsat Image Mosaic of Antarctica, or LIMA. The spatial resolution of this satellite image you are seeing is 15 meters per pixel, the most detailed satellite mosaic of the rugged continent ever created. A hardy few have ventured here, but as you can see, this new image mosaic makes it possible for anyone to explore this remarkable region, without ice axes, crampons, or the risk of frostbite. Throughout history, this mysterious land has captivated researchers, adventurers, and those drawn to the most remote corners of the Earth. Antarctica is a land of extremes, the highest, driest, coldest, windiest, and brightest of the 7 continents. As we approach the mainland of Antarctica, we can see how far the ice shelf extends off the coast of the continent. Roughly the size of the United States and Mexico combined, Antarctica is almost completely covered by a thick layer of ice. The virtual journey of Antarctica, provided by LIMA, is due to a compilation of more than 1,000 Landsat images, acquired between 1999 and 2001. To create the images, data visualizers combined actual field data measurements and LIMA satellite imagery over a digital elevation model to give a three-dimensional effect. As we move further inland, you can begin to see that Antarctica is much more than an endless plain of snow. You might be surprised to learn how diverse the terrain actually is. The ground beneath the Antarctic ice sheet is a mixture of mountains, plains, and ocean basins, and the tallest mountains raise their rocky faces above the vast ice sheet. Among Antarctica's most prominent features are its mighty glaciers, like those seen here. As we move over the Farrar Glacier, we notice that Lima reveals some areas of bare ground, where blistering winds have swept valleys clean of their snow cover. Glaciers are essentially slow-moving rivers of ice, and they gradually deform over time. These masses of ice form when snow accumulates in a stretch of land over thousands of years. The snow eventually compresses enough to form dense glacial ice. As the thickness of glacial ice increases, it slowly succumbs to gravity and flows downhill or spreads out across flat lands. Moving glaciers, forced by gravity, sculpt the land as they erode the underlying rock. Antarctica is a glacial hub. 90% of the world's 33 million cubic kilometers of glacial ice is found in the Antarctic ice sheet. The telltale signs of glaciers are their flow stripes, which you can see in the many smaller glaciers feeding into the large Farrar Glacier. Few people have the chance to experience a glacier firsthand in their lifetime, and even fewer can access a bird's-eye view of these icy giants. Lima gives us an opportunity to soar above this unique landscape and experience a mesmerizing view of Antarctica's extraordinary glaciers. This region's relentless and powerful winds are responsible for one of Antarctica's most fascinating features: blue ice. Ice absorbs a small amount of red light, but snow crystals are too small to show this light absorption effect. However, blue ice is comprised of larger ice crystals, which makes the red light absorption more obvious. Antarctica is a fascinating natural laboratory, but the continent's frigid temperatures and inaccessibility have historically made it a difficult place to study. Now armed with the Landsat image mosaic of Antarctica, researchers hope to get a better view of Antarctica and to increase their understanding of this fascinating part of our planet.
Well, today was a fairly challenging flight. We did our Peninsula 23 mission, we call it. It's challenging because we knew ahead of time the weather forecast was on the marginal side for many of the sites. It was marginal because we knew that the southern part of the survey line was pretty well covered in clouds, and we have very good forecast models to tell us that. And it's a mission we probably would not have flown earlier in the campaign. We would have waited for a more ideal day. But since we're running out of time to get this mission in, we thought we just might not get a better day than today, and we gave it a try. Well, we saw a number of glaciers, starting out with Victoria Glacier in the far north of the peninsula, Drygalski Glacier just next to it, and then the Crane Glacier, which is one of a lot of scientific interest these days, Flass Glacier, Lepard Glacier, and the Fleming Glacier, and a couple of other more minor glaciers on down the peninsula. A lot of those are fairly important glaciers because they used to flow into the old Larsen B ice shelf, which has disintegrated about 8 years ago. And so there's been a lot of scientific interest in the continuing evolution of those glaciers and how they responded to that event. We've got 1 week to go in this campaign, and we're hoping for some bang-up good weather to knock out a lot of flights from last week.
Orangutans are red-haired apes that live in the tropical rainforest of Southeast Asia. This video shows a young orangutan playing with vegetation.
The most powerful invasion air force ever launched. Some of the 11,000 planes that opened the path through the so-called impregnable Atlantic Wall. Between Le Havre and Cherbourg in Normandy, the Allied lightning strikes. Communications necessary to the German defenses are blasted. And now, back in England, a 50-mile-long air train gets underway. Yank paratroopers receive last-minute instructions before taking off for the invasion coast 100 miles across the English Channel. These are the heroes who established first contact with the enemy. As the transports take off, General Brereton wishes them Godspeed. Another set of brave men board gliders. Zebra stripings mark all Allied aircraft as invasion equipment. And at another English field, one of the many from which the terrific Allied power set out, British troops are glider-borne to the flaming coast of France. Backing up the mightiest invasion by air, 4,000 ships, combat and landing craft carry the war to the enemy by sea. The Coast Guard, the Navy, the Air Forces land hundreds of thousands of British, Canadians, and Yanks on Hitler's doorstep within a few days. Isolating Cherbourg with its strategic harbor is the immediate objective. Landings are made under a naval barrage. President Roosevelt said, "Let our hearts be stout." And later, Germany is the first on the list for destruction. These troops, bucking the choppy seas in the Channel, heeded his words. While landings were successful, we were not without our losses. Shock troops move in for the beach assault. The most gigantic armada in history. Each hour, and the enemy's hedgehog defenses are ahead. This is the supreme moment of invasion. This is frontal assault on an entrenched enemy. Heroic medical corpsmen remove wounded for return to England. Some landing craft are stranded on sandbars, and a tank founders. The first batch of Nazi prisoners, the Supermen who believed their west wall impregnable, and a Frenchman to whom the stars and stripes spell liberty. He's waited a long time for this. What he says wouldn't pass the censor. Nazi wounded get the same care as Allied soldiers. as the merciless pounding of the entire invasion area continues. Here is real pinpoint bombing. One of the last bridges between the invasion coast and Paris gets it. When the beachhead is established, heavier equipment is moved in. Reinforcements for those heroes who are bringing liberation to the people of Europe. The cost of our initial landing was but a fraction of what our leaders expected. More than 10,000 German prisoners were captured in the first few days of the battle. And we know one Hun who's not going to peddle any more Nazi philosophy. The Allied advance is rapid as we mop up town after town. Those not seriously wounded are questioned on the spot by their captors. The Allies bagged plenty of equipment from the surprised Germans. Many of the enemy troops didn't know what hit them, and the cooperation of the French aided our cause. Some Yank will have a nice doormat when he gets back home. The Supreme Commander, General Eisenhower, holds an early conference with General Montgomery, the commander of English ground troops, and they see that all operations go according to plan. These are the men who will lead us to victory, along with General Omar Bradley with glasses, who commands our infantry. The cost of our first landing was low, but many wounded are returned to English ports, men injured in that first assault. Let these pictures remind us that there's still a long road ahead to Berlin. The bond you buy in this 5th War Loan Drive can help men like these on the path to victory. Now it's your turn. Buy that extra bond today.
Bonobos are apes that closely resemble chimpanzees. This video shows an adult bonobo climbing a dead tree trunk. Bonobos move comfortably, both on the ground and up in the trees. This video shows a white-handed gibbon mother and her offspring at a zoo. Gibbons are the smallest apes. Filefish have a roundish body with flattened sides. This video shows two filefish swimming above a coral reef. Filefish display a variety of colors and patterns. Filefish are colorful reef fish with a roundish body and flattened sides. This video shows a white-spotted filefish swimming just above the surface of a coral reef. Filefish have a roundish body with flattened sides. This video shows a gray filefish with purplish markings swimming above a coral reef. The grouper is a large fish often found in coral reefs. This video shows a grouper with black and yellowish markings swimming above a reef. These markings help to camouflage the fish. Groupers are large reef fish. This video shows a grouper swimming above a coral reef. The animal has a large, powerful body and strong jaws that gape open slightly. The grouper uses its jaws to swallow prey whole. The Nassau grouper lives along the southern Atlantic coast of the United States. This video shows how the grouper's camouflage helps the fish to blend in with the coral reef. The speckled grouper lives in shallow waters of the western Pacific Ocean. This video shows the fish, with its bluish body and speckled stripes, swimming above a coral reef.
The angelfish has a thin body and long pointed fins. This video shows a species of angelfish called the rock beauty swimming above a coral reef.
Angelfish are colorful reef fish. This video shows a queen angelfish swimming along a coral reef. The fish's flattened body appears gray or blue depending on the viewing angle. Its fins are largely yellow. Angelfish live in warm waters, often near coral reefs. This video shows a gray angelfish swimming with smaller fish above a reef. The angelfish's small mouth is able to suck in the small animals it eats.
This video shows an angelfish with black and yellow stripes swimming above a coral reef. An angelfish is a type of fish with a thin body and long pointed fins. There are dozens of kinds. This video shows a species known as the French angelfish swimming above a coral reef. Its flattened body is covered by black scales with yellow edges. The spot-fin butterfly fish, shown in this video, lives along coral reefs, feeding on algae and tiny ocean animals. Snappers are relatively large fish that live in the tropics, often along coral reefs. This video shows a school of snappers swimming in the shallow waters above a reef. Swimming in a school helps to protect the snappers from sharks and other animals. Snappers generally reach 2 to 3 feet, or about 60 to 90 centimeters, long. Polar bears are large white bears of the north. This video shows 2 polar bears standing on an icy shore. Polar bears are excellent swimmers and spend much of their time in the water.
The bald eagle, shown in this video clip, has large eyes for sighting prey. Eagles are said to have keen eyesight.
The camel is a strong desert animal with 1 or 2 humps on its back. This video shows a camel feeding on scrubby vegetation. The yak is a wild ox of Asia. This video shows a young yak walking across a grassy meadow. The caribou is a large deer of the north. This video shows a male caribou with large antlers grazing on lush vegetation.
Over here is the picture taken after the servicing mission, and this is what the new 1994 wide field planetary picture will show us. The pictures are remarkable. The science that will come from the pictures are of historical significance.
Just from seeing that one picture, you knew that this was going to be a revolutionary telescope.
Using Hubble to study the evolution of galaxies, we exploit the fact that a telescope in astronomy acts like a time machine. When we look at the most distant objects in the universe with Hubble, we're actually looking far back into time. The light has taken something like 10 to 12 billion years to reach us when we look at the most distant galaxies.
Hubble's ability to provide very crisp images, far crisper and cleaner and clearer than any other telescope, allows you to see what these things look like. They're not just fuzzy blobs of light.
What we're trying to do is piece together the history of galaxy evolution
from the very, very earliest galaxies that we can see, which now we're getting within about 1 billion years of the Big Bang, all the way to the present.
The other thing that Hubble allowed us to do is get very precise measurements of the colors of these galaxies. And those colors tell us about the kind of stars that are in the galaxies and how old those stars are.
There are two different ways of thinking about a redshift. There's the Doppler effect. So objects that are moving toward you, if that were happening in light, the light would be shifted to the blue. If it's moving away from you, it would be shifted to the red. In cosmology, there's another aspect. The whole universe is expanding, and that's essentially stretching the light on its way from the distant object to us. And that really allows you to determine where in the universe the objects you're seeing are, because you're measuring essentially that stretching factor.
It's not like we're going to invent a better toothpaste or solve the energy crisis. We're doing things that are at the sort of frontiers of knowledge.
One of the great things about being able to study this history of galaxies is it not only tells us about what the cosmic history of formation of stars and galaxies is, but it also can tell us stuff about our own galaxy's past and its potential future as well.
I think people just have a powerful urge to understand their origins.
How did we get here? You know, what was before the Earth? What was before the Sun? Those kinds of simple questions that are startlingly hard to answer. And the amazing thing is that we can start to answer many of them.
Ask anybody the name of a telescope, Hubble is the name that always comes up.
The public, the general public, seems to have a love affair with Hubble.
I mean, this is the telescope that everybody recognizes the images from this telescope, and recognizes its importance, you know, to literally, you know, everybody's life in the sense of inspiration.
And I should point out, by the way, that in my private office, just off the oval, I've got the picture of Jupiter from the Hubble.
"20 years after launching on a space shuttle and opening its instruments to the farthest reaches of space, NASA's Hubble Space Telescope has become synonymous with exploration, discovery, and even a bit of luck.
One of the things that Hubble has done is it really taught us something about our place in the universe and our role within it. We want to know, how did the universe start? How did our galaxy start? How did the Earth start? How did life on Earth start? And we also want to know, how will all of these things end?
When the telescope arrived, there was a lot of anticipation because there was so much extraordinary effort required at KSC in order to assure that the telescope was going to be able to maintain in the kind of environment that it had to be, and that meant a cleanliness standard that was extremely pristine, far beyond anything that we had ever launched before.
With years of design and construction behind it, the Hubble was sealed inside Discovery for liftoff. The Hubble Space Telescope flew into the national consciousness on April 24, 1990, inside the payload bay of Space Shuttle Discovery.
The launching of the telescope itself was a huge deal because the Hubble Space Telescope was long awaited, and it was supposed to be launched in the year that the Challenger accident happened.
Hubble was different from land-based observatories because it would operate from a point hundreds of miles above the distorting effects of Earth's atmosphere. Though its 94.5-inch mirror is small compared to those built on the ground, the telescope is huge by spacecraft standards. At more than 43 feet long, the telescope took up most of the shuttle's payload bay. But as large as Hubble was, it was sent up with a tiny flaw in its main mirror. It was an imperfection less than the width of a human hair, but it was enough to blur Hubble's images and leave the observatory's potential in doubt.
To find out 2 months after launch that it was launched with a misshapen mirror was crushing to NASA.
When the telescope had its spherical aberrations and needed glasses, we had already built expectations to the point that they were expecting to see these kind of things right away, when in fact, even if the telescope had worked, where it's going to take astronomers a considerable amount of time to get some of that data and then to see what else Hubble was going to find that we didn't know about.
The telescope was quite powerful even with the flaw, but NASA knew it would have to fix it. So engineers set out to build Hubble a set of contact lenses.
So I think that was probably our biggest challenge, was to try to make people realize that these things were still going to happen. We just needed a little time to fix this problem.
Being able to restore the Hubble Space Telescope's observational capabilities was incredibly important to the agency, and they put together a great plan to do it.
Astronauts made 5 back-to-back spacewalks during the repair mission, a first. They spent more than 35 hours working on the telescope in the payload bay. The Hubble repair had effects reaching beyond the telescope's health as well.
This mission wasn't just about restoring the Hubble Space Telescope, it was about whether NASA had the capability to go off and build the International Space Station.
The problem was fixed to the extent that it never occurs to anybody to even think about it anymore, because the results are just so dramatic from the Hubble.
The first images from the telescope proved the servicing achieved its goal. The Space Telescope was free to look into the farthest distances ever seen, nearly as far back as the beginning of the universe. Astronauts made 4 more servicing flights to the Hubble Space Telescope to upgrade its instruments and replace critical components.
We did it in a way that we knew it was the last time we were ever going to visit the telescope, and we had to do everything to it that we wanted to do if we wanted it to last a lot longer. So that made it more complex. And when the mission was over, the feeling was we'd done it.
They had seen different worlds for the very first time through the eyes of the Hubble Space Telescope, and it's really expanded the general public's view of the universe, how the universe began, what the ultimate fate of the universe is going to be. It has ignited, it just has ignited the imagination of the collective American public.
The Space Telescope repaid each mission with more incredible views of space that all could see and appreciate. Hubble observations astounded researchers by showing the universe was not only expanding, it was speeding up.
Imagine your amazement if, when I throw these keys up, you would suddenly see these keys accelerating towards the ceiling. This is what we discovered. This was extraordinarily surprising, and it led to this notion of dark energy that is pushing on the universe to accelerate.
Once we began to get things back from Hubble, the scientists were beginning to see physical processes going on that they didn't really understand and hadn't been able to see before.
20 years after opening a new eye on the universe, Hubble continues to dazzle by reaching farther back in time and space.
The light that we're just now receiving from some of these galaxies and different objects show younger and younger galaxies and stars, the light for which, when they left that galaxy, the Earth hadn't even been formed yet. That's how far back in time Hubble is seeing.
We're talking about questions that a few tens of years ago we didn't even know to ask.
The whole thing is a very storied program from the very first launch until the last servicing mission.
There are more questions for astronomers to answer, and Hubble will remain in orbit to answer them for years to come.
Galaxies once were regarded as island universes, isolated realms of gas, dust, and billions of stars that were separated by distances unimaginably vast.
But no galaxy is an island. In fact, galaxies prefer company. The gravitational pull of a large, massive galaxy attracts like-sized and smaller neighbors. Galaxies may gather in modest groupings like these, or congregate by the hundreds in enormous clusters.
This is Abell 1689, one of the largest galaxy clusters known. This view spans some 2 million light-years, or about the distance between our Milky Way galaxy and the nearest big spiral. Into this space, Abell 1689 packs more than 500 galaxies. As astronomers mapped nearby galaxy clusters, a more complete picture of cosmic structure emerged. Galaxy clusters gather in superclusters, and overlapping superclusters form chains and filaments spanning huge swaths of the sky. Welcome to the cosmic web. This all-sky map shows structures created by more than 1 million nearby galaxies.
Deeper studies show that this pattern continues to even greater distances. The cosmic web appears to be the backbone of our universe. The universe came into being 13.7 billion years ago. About 400,000 years later, it had cooled enough to form the first atoms. The event created a sudden pulse of light that astronomers now measure as the cosmic microwave background.
But then, the universe went dark. For millions of years.
Eventually, hydrogen gas cooled enough to collapse and form the first stars. These stars not only re-illuminated the universe, they became the seeds of all future cosmic structure.
The James Webb Space Telescope may be able to see clusters of these first stars. It may even catch a few of them dying in supernova explosions.
Either the first stars or their progeny gathered into the first galaxies. These were small, gas-rich dwarfs, nothing as grand as the big galaxies we see today, but they were the building blocks of modern galaxies.
As the dwarf galaxies form, collide, and merge into bigger galaxies, the cosmic web begins to take shape. With the James Webb Space Telescope, astronomers will glimpse the earliest phases of construction that led to the universe we know.
The Crab Nebula is one of the brightest sources of high-energy radiation in the sky. Little wonder, it's the expanding remains of an exploded star, a supernova seen in the year 1054. Recently, astronomers using satellites sensitive to the highest energy form of light, gamma rays, have observed incredible flares in the nebula that theorists are hard-pressed to explain. The supernova left behind a magnetized neutron star, a pulsar. It's about the size of Washington, D.C., but it spins 30 times a second. Each rotation sweeps a lighthouse-like beam past us, creating a pulse of electromagnetic energy detectable across the spectrum. Here's what the sky looks like in high-energy gamma rays. The pulsar in the Crab Nebula is among the brightest sources. As the pulsar spins, its powerful magnetic field causes particles to flow. These currents ultimately light up the nebula. But as bright as the pulsar is in gamma rays, it isn't the source of the flares. NASA's Fermi Gamma Ray Space Telescope can look in between the pulsar's brilliant pulses to reveal the faint gamma rays from the underlying nebula. Yet several times since 2009, enormous flares have erupted somewhere within the nebula. The most powerful one to date lasted 6 days and made the nebula 30 times brighter than normal and 5 times brighter than previous flares. During the huge flare, astronomers also studied the crab with NASA's Chandra X-ray Observatory. Chandra's keen X-ray eye saw lots of activity, but none of it seems correlated to the superflare. This hints that whatever's causing the flare is happening within about 1/3 of a light year from the pulsar. And rapid changes in the rise and fall of gamma rays imply that the emission region is very small, comparable in size to our solar system. Scientists say the gamma rays most likely arise from electrons moving near the speed of light, which emit gamma rays as they interact with magnetic fields. But to account for these flares, the electrons must have the highest energies ever seen in cosmic sources, 100 times higher than can be achieved in the most powerful particle accelerators on Earth. Even after 1,000 years, the heart of this shattered star still offers scientists glimpses of staggering energies and cutting-edge science.
How far is far, and how do you know when you get there? NASA's Hubble Space Telescope has taken the deepest photograph of the universe ever made in near-infrared light. The picture reveals several thousand far-flung galaxies. The farthest, merely dim points of light in this view, offer a peek at the universe as it looked just 600 million years after the Big Bang. No galaxies have ever been seen before at such early times.
In order to understand how the universe works, you have to be able to see it across the electromagnetic spectrum, all the different kinds of light that there are. Now, invisible light, what we're used to, you can see me, I can hold up a coffee cup, for example, and it doesn't look particularly interesting. But in infrared, it becomes this glowing object that you could see all the way across the universe if you had heat-sensitive eyes. The Spitzer mission has completely rewritten the textbooks when it comes to infrared astronomy. The world has changed.
I couldn't imagine that it wasn't going to work, but I had no conception it would work as well as it has.
We started out observing incredible star-forming regions where we could look inside the dark dust, see the first moments of stars and planets' lives. That was just the beginning. Spitzer has also made one of the first really accurate maps of the Milky Way galaxy. We were the first mission to directly detect light from an exoplanet, really say, this light is not coming from a star, but from a planet.
We've gone ahead to start characterizing what their atmospheres are made of, the composition, the dynamics.
And from that, we made the first crude but real weather maps of what weather on planets that are 200 light years away is like. Spitzer has to be very, very cold because, of course, it's observing heat from things that are literally billions of miles away. We have a coolant, which is only a few degrees above absolute zero.
We knew that eventually we'd reach the day when that last ounce of liquid helium boiled away.
Spitzer will be transitioning into a warm mission. It's really not very warm, but it's warmer than the cold mission was.
Warming up a little bit means that 2 of our 3 instruments will no longer be functioning. However, the instrument that will still be around, the infrared array camera, is the one that's responsible for most of the gorgeous imagery that you see coming out of Spitzer.
We will be able to do larger mapping than we have been able to do in the past.
We'll be looking more at warmer objects, more at stars than at planets themselves and at asteroids.
The Spitzer Space Telescope is by no means done with its mission. Things have changed, but I kind of think of it as a second career.
The exoplanet 55 Cancri e, which is about twice as large as the Earth, orbits closely around its star and is blazingly hot. While in visible light, it's easily lost in the glare of the star. Its thermal glow in the infrared makes it stand out much more vividly. Watching as the planet passes behind the star, astronomers have detected a slight dip in brightness using NASA's Spitzer Space Telescope. This is the first direct measurement of the brightness of such a small planet.
The Andromeda Galaxy is the closest large galaxy to our home galaxy, the Milky Way. The Andromeda Galaxy appears northwest of the Great Square of Pegasus in the constellation Andromeda. This animation zooms into the galaxy's nucleus, some 2.5 million light-years from Earth. A light-year is the distance that light travels in a vacuum in a year, about 5.88 trillion miles, or 9.46 trillion kilometers.
A brand new discovery from these observations is that we have detected the era where the very first stars in the universe ignited. And this era was, for many, surprisingly early. It's only about 200 million years after the Big Bang from the time that you had this intense concentration of all kinds of exotic particles, the time when gas clouds could form and condense and form stars. So we've detected that era for the first time, and it is very early. Well, because it takes the light over 13 billion years to reach us, we are seeing now what the universe looked like then, over 13 billion years ago. So it's a fossil remnant of what the early universe was like. And just like fossils are used to study the past, we use this light to study what the universe was like way back near the very beginning.
What is the map? Well, that picture behind me is really, it's an image of the whole sky. And it's made to image the whole sky on this oval. And you can see in there blue spots and red spots. And what those correspond to are slightly hotter and colder images of the sky. That's a picture there, those hot and cold spots, that pattern is really it's the afterglow of the Big Bang.
We determined, using this cosmic consistency, the age of the universe is 13.7 billion years old. And we've made that determination to 1% accuracy, which is just amazing.
on a sort of deeper, long-term time level, it's this amazing consistency that the picture we can put together of the universe is relatively simple, that the pieces fit together. It's a stunning confirmation of the study of cosmology for many years now. It's just built up, and here it is. In some ways, we're getting to know the cosmos like we know our own backyards. The universe has all of a sudden gotten smaller and much more familiar.
This is the giant elliptical galaxy Centaurus A. Radio and X-ray images reveal features associated with jets driven by the galaxy's supermassive black hole. Now, the TANAMI project has provided the best ever view of these jets. In this radio image of the galaxy's core, the black hole is invisible, but the jets show in great detail. Features as small as 15 light days across can be resolved. The powerful jets feed vast loads of radio-emitting gas that reach far beyond the visible galaxy.
This beautiful new image shows two colliding galaxies as seen by NASA's great observatories. The antenna galaxies, located about 62 million light-years from Earth, are shown in this composite image from the Chandra X-ray Observatory, the Hubble Space Telescope, and the Spitzer Space Telescope. The collision began more than 100 million years ago and is going on. It has triggered the formation of millions of stars in clouds of dust and gas in the galaxies. The X-ray image from Chandra shows huge clouds of hot interstellar gas that have been injected with rich deposits of elements from supernova explosions. This enriched gas, which includes elements such as oxygen, iron, magnesium, and silicon, will one day be incorporated into new generations of stars and planets.
I don't know, when I was growing up, there was no such thing as planets around other stars. If you would talk about it at a scientific meeting, people would laugh at you. Not that I was talking at scientific meetings when I was in high school, but so I'm told.
Planets are very small compared to the stars that they orbit. They're also very dim.
For example, the Earth is 10 billion times fainter than the Sun. 10 billion times fainter.
It's kind of like trying to see a firefly next to a lighthouse. It gets lost in the glare.
The Hubble Space Telescope takes pictures of nearby stars and uses a special tool called a coronagraph. And the coronagraph blocks out the light from the star.
It's a fancy way of putting your thumb over the star, basically, so that you can see something faint that is right next to it.
We could also use Hubble and other telescopes to study regions where we think planets might be forming.
We see in images from Hubble, we see these rings of dust around nearby stars.
Well, what I observe with Hubble are those disks of gas and dust around the young stars, in which we think the dust grains are starting to clump together and build up into, like, you know, pebbles and rocks, asteroids, comets, Earths.
We're finding baby solar systems by using Hubble and other telescopes, including sort of ground-based radio telescopes that can peer into these disks around stars and see young planets or regions where young planetary systems are forming.
You know, the study of exoplanets is only a little over 15 years old.
We discovered more than 400 extrasolar planets now.
You know, we're still just beginning to understand how the processes that formed our own solar system also form these other really diverse types of planets. I think the thing that excites me most is just the basic discovery of what exists, you know, what's out there. Water world, carbon planets. You know, it sounds like science fiction, but not really, not anymore.
You know, why did life arise on Earth instead of somewhere else? I mean, if there's another planet out there that could have life on it, why aren't we there?
For the past 40 years, astronomers have known that something about the cosmos doesn't add up. First in galaxy clusters, and then within individual galaxies, they found that visible matter, stars, gas, and dust, cannot account for the motions they observe. No one knows what this missing mass, now called dark matter, actually is. But studies by NASA's WMAP spacecraft of the cosmic microwave background, the oldest light in the universe, show how much is out there. Dark matter outnumbers ordinary matter by 4 to 1. The WMAP results also hint that dark matter likely takes the form of an as-yet undiscovered subatomic particle. WIMPs represent one hypothesized class of these particles. They neither absorb nor emit light and don't interact strongly with other particles. But when they encounter each other, they annihilate and make gamma rays. That's where NASA's Fermi Gamma Ray Space Telescope comes in. 2 years of scanning the sky with Fermi's Large Area Telescope have set the strongest limits yet for WIMP dark matter. The best place to look for gamma rays from dark matter annihilation? The most boring galaxies around, called dwarf spheroidals. These faint, tiny galaxies possess impressive amounts of dark matter, but they contain no gamma ray emitting objects and little gas or star formation. In the currently accepted cosmology, the first structures formed as the gravitation of dark matter corralled normal matter. Simulations show that the largest structures formed in this way were comparable to the dwarf spheroidal galaxies we see today. It's thought that large galaxies, like our own, were built up from collisions among these dwarfs. Using 2 years of data, Fermi scientists explored 10 dwarf galaxies for any sign of gamma rays from WIMP annihilation. In this graph, the dashed line marks the sweet spot where conventional expectations for WIMP dark matter align with what we know about our universe. Even when scientists combine all of the Fermi data from all 10 of the dwarfs, they see no sign of gamma rays. This limit shrinks the box where WIMP-based dark matter may be found, and, for the first time, shows that the cosmology we know essentially eliminates some WIMP types. The longer Fermi operates, the better its ability either to box in the nature of dark matter or to find actual evidence of what it is, and the discovery of new dwarf galaxies will make this search even more sensitive. Although nondescript, dwarf spheroidal galaxies may have been the first large structures to form in the universe. Now, they've taken center stage in the drama to solve one of astronomy's greatest mysteries. This is the supermassive black hole at the center of NGC 4151. The dark object in the middle is the black hole. Surrounding it is a flattened cloud of dust and gas called an accretion disk. Recently, scientists using the XMM Newton X-ray satellite showed that a mysterious source of X-ray flares actually lies high above the disk. About half an hour after each flare, the inner accretion disk lights up with an X-ray echo. The delay is caused by the time it takes light from the flare to reach the disk. This is the first clear measurement of the effect, and it demonstrates that the flaring X-ray source lies well above the disk. With flares serving as flash bulbs, future X-ray telescope missions will be able to use their echoes to precisely map the environs of distant black holes.
Yesterday, December 7th, 1941, a date which will live in infamy. The United States of America was suddenly and deliberately attacked by naval and air forces of the Empire of Japan. The United States was at peace with that nation, and at the solicitation of Japan, was still in conversation with its government and its emperor, looking toward the maintenance of peace in the Pacific. Indeed, 1 hour after Japanese air squadrons had commenced bombing in the American island of Oahu, the Japanese ambassador to the United States and his colleague delivered to our Secretary of State a formal reply to a recent American message. Japan has therefore undertaken a surprise offensive extending throughout the Pacific area. The facts of yesterday and today speak for themselves. With confidence in our armed forces, with the unbounding determination of our people, we will gain the inevitable triumph, so help us God.
Embargo is far too great a security to American peace to permit its surrender without a last-ditch fight.
You people who oppose war and dictatorship, do not be dismayed, because the warmongers and the interventionists control most of the avenues of propaganda.
At this critical moment in the world's history, when the democracies of Europe are facing the test of life or death, all Americans are of one mind. We want to assist the democracies in every way we can with materials and supplies. England is the last and only barrier between the United States and total war. Our aid must not come too late. Therefore, we must give President Roosevelt power to set in motion an industrial blitzkrieg that will make it possible for England to blast Hitlerism from the face of the earth.
It was fully and freely debated. Men were stamped interventionists and isolationists, and the debate grew bitter. Into this free debate trooped the agents of the aggressors, for they too were permitted to speak in our democracy. They wore Hitler's uniforms, but they wrapped themselves in the American flag. They preached the doctrine of racial and class hatred, for Hitler had said America could be conquered from within and fall as an overripe plum to the Nazi master race.
Jewish Moscow directed domination.
We let them speak. When occasionally a lone outraged dissenter wanted to air his opposition, we provided police to preserve order. This was Madison Square Garden in New York City, and not Berlin nor Nuremberg. Later, the speaker was arrested. It was because he had filched money from his deluded followers, and he was sent to Sing Sing to brood upon the strange ways of democracy. America was at war. It had been at war, although few Americans realized it, for more than 10 years. Ever since September 18, 1931, when Japan clawed Manchuria out of the body of China. While Hitler was still brawling in the streets of Munich, Japan had already begun weaving the pattern of aggression. Started with an incident. A Japanese train on the South Manchurian Railway had been dynamited. Promptly, Japanese battalions invaded Mukden. This was not mechanized warfare. By later standards, this war was primitive, small, trivial, the Japanese cabinet officially labeled it when China protested to the League of Nations. 12 Japanese planes bombed a Chinese city. Trivial. The League branded Japan an aggressor, and Japan resigned, deeply hurt. Japan moved further into China. Pausing only for breath, Japan inflated the Mukden incident into the China incident. It was not war, the Japanese said. 400 million Chinese were caught up in this incident. China was looted and shelled and put to the torch. Chinese forces united under Generalissimo Chiang Kai-shek were pressed back by the invaders. China moved her armies and her meager war industries far into the interior. The Chinese fought on not so much with weapons as with space and time. And the warriors of Japan, still breathing the spirit of the samurai in an era of machines, adopted Western methods of warfare as they had adopted Western clothes and architecture and music. And the Japanese warriors dreamt of the conquest of Asia and then of the world. And their emperor invoked the blessings of the divine upon this dream. Italy too had dreams of empire. So Italy too created an incident in Ethiopia. Having achieved unity within by virtue of the club, castor oil, and the concentration camp, Mussolini was ready. 2 years after it had begun, the war was over. Italy had joined Japan in the partnership of aggression.
Il saluto che io vi rivolgo è diretto a tutto il popolo del Giappone, tutti gli italiani, ed ha fondato un impero.
On March 13, 1938, Hitler marched into Austria. The trinity of aggression was complete. 4 years Hitler had planned and plotted. So Hitler marched into Austria. His conquest was bloodless. It was not entirely bloodless. German and Italian forces had been fighting in Spain. General Franco had revolted against the Republican government. He invited and received German and Italian aid. The duly elected government received some Russian aid. The democracies evolved a formula of non-intervention. The dictators brushed this aside. Here was opportunity for a dress rehearsal for full-scale war, an excellent chance to test new weapons and tactics. The Spaniards were the guinea pigs, men, women, and children. It was a long war, ended finally by hunger. Hitler was not content with Austria. At Munich, he had said his theory of race and blood demanded the incorporation of all German-speaking peoples into the Reich. Hitler called upon Czechoslovakia to surrender the Sudetenland, that part of Czechoslovakia heavily populated by Germans. So Hitler, Prime Minister Chamberlain of Great Britain, Mussolini, Premier Daladier of France, met in Munich, and because the democracies of Europe were hungry for peace, removed a thorn from Hitler's side, the Czech army and the Little Maginot Line. Hitler rolled into the Sudetenland. His people were jubilant. Here was the miracle man, they said, a man who conquered with words. This was a new kind of war, a delightful war. Bands and flowers and parades. Hitler told his people he was content. He wanted no more territory. He guaranteed the integrity of the mutilated Czechoslovak Republic. Thereupon he paused to rest, and then marched into Prague. The Republic was destroyed. The democracies had lost a valuable ally. On April 14, 1939, President Roosevelt appealed to Hitler and Mussolini for a 10-year guarantee of peace, and Hitler mocked as he called the roll of his future victims.
Litauen, Estland, Norwegen, Schweden, Dänemark, Niederlande, Belgien, Großbritannien, Irland, Frankreich, Portugal, Spanien, die Schweiz, Liechtenstein, Luxemburg, Polen, Ungarn, Rumänien, Jugoslawien.
The Reichstag roared. Hitler had signed a treaty of friendship with Poland. He had given Poland a slice of Czech territory, and now it was Poland's turn to ascend the sacrificial altar. Hitler didn't declare war. On September 1st, 1939, he struck without warning, which is the way of the aggressor. You will soon see Hitler's own photographic record of the Blitz in Poland. The formula is simple enough. First, choose your victim, an army still living in the past. Few planes, fewer tanks, outmoded guns and outmoded tactics. Choose an army relying upon courage rather than machines. Then, mass your bombers. Load with your biggest bomb. Strike without warning. Destroy his inadequate air force on the ground. Blast those who escape out of the air. Strike again with your bombers, wave after wave, again and again. Strike at the railroad, for then the victim cannot mobilize. It cannot move men and supplies. Its armies are isolated. Strike on the sea. Strike on land, with tanks against horses, giant guns against sabers and rifles. Choose your time carefully, making sure the weather favors your machine. Strike at his city, so that civilians will take to the roads, hampering the army, so that women and children will be killed in the streets or in hastily contrived shelters. Strike again. Repeat the dose, day after day, and then add a drop of treachery in the form of fifth columnists. This was Warsaw. Repeat for 18 days. One Nazi pincer cuts the Polish corridor. Another races to Krakow. From East Prussia, another army moves on Warsaw. Encircled, bombed, shelled, and starved, Warsaw surrendered. Now, over the roof of the city, send your Luftwaffe sailing leisurely to photograph your handiwork. And on the ground, let the master race assemble the first of its slave populations, a stunned and shocked and hungry people whose sufferings do not end with the armistice, nor their resistance. Now, gloat. France was waiting behind its Maginot Line, that vast underground fortress deemed impregnable by its military experts. Allied strategy relied upon starving the Reich into submission. Hitler's armies would collapse for lack of fuel and food and raw materials. Spring shattered this comfortable illusion. Norway and Denmark had staked their survival upon the strictest interpretation of neutrality to escape the war. Their sympathies were with the Allies, but they took extraordinary precautions to avoid offending Hitler. So, on April 9th, Hitler invaded Denmark and Norway. Denmark was powerless to resist and didn't. Norway was stunned by an avalanche of force and treachery. Fifth columnists, led by Major Quisling, a Norwegian traitor, spread panic and confusion. On May 9th, Hitler invaded Holland and Belgium. This pictorial record you are watching was made by Nazi cameramen of the order of Dr. Goebbels, the German propaganda minister. He showed this Wagnerian symphony of devastation to neutral nations in Europe and South America to frighten them into surrender. You will observe that here in Holland, for example, not one German soldier is killed or wounded or even suffers a fractured ankle in an avalanche of destruction. Using tanks, dive bombers, big guns, the Nazi machine broke the back of Dutch resistance in 4 days. This was Rotterdam, bombed after the Dutch forces had surrendered. The Nazis said there had been a mistake. The news had not reached the Luftwaffe in time. And the next morning, reconnaissance planes flew over the city as they had flown over Warsaw, recording for the propaganda ministry another tribute to the efficacy of the Luftwaffe, while Rotterdam buried its dead, as Warsaw had, and formal negotiations for surrender were duly completed. Again, its inhabitants took to the roads to escape the pursuing fires. The cathedral crashed in flames. The invaders rolled on. Morning found the refugees still fleeing blindly. Reputable observers said these refugees were machine gunned from the air. There is no photographic evidence of this. And this is what they fled. The Nazi machine moved on, and after a day's destruction, paused only to sleep. This was Antwerp, where the democracies had fired oil tanks as their armies retreated. The improvised Allied defense collapsed. The British Army was driven into the Sea of Dunkirk, according to plan. Dunkirk has been called the triumph of man over the machine. To challenge the dive bombers, Spitfires rose from British bases and fought for the domination of the air over the desolate beach, while ground forces continued a stubborn rear guard action. British ships, cruisers, destroyers, yachts, paddle boats, anything that could float, crossed the Channel and evacuated some 350,000 British and French troops back to England. For the British were determined to save their men. Here in the wreckage was the story of the epic evacuation. Men walked into the sea and swam to their rescuers. They couldn't take their weapons, trucks, tanks, or guns, but men were saved to fight again. Having slashed through Luxembourg, Belgium, and Holland, 5 German armies fanned out across France. Treachery and incompetence had doomed the nation that only a decade ago had been leader of Europe. Now the campaign mounted in fury as France crumbled. On June 10th, 4 days before France fell, Mussolini entered the war. He had waited until that moment to make his decision. And now the Nazis entered Paris. This had been the dream of the Kaiser in the last war. Hitler achieved it. And the Maginot Line was still there. The Nazis had merely outflanked it. Now they tried direct attack, and the Maginot Line fell. The First World War had ended officially in this railroad car, where Marshal Foch had received the delegates of the vanquished Germans. Hitler commandeered the car for what he believed was the end of the Second World War. Here at Compiègne, Vichy was born. Hitler was happy. Britain alone remained as Hitler's sole barrier to a total victory. Nazi submarines, now berthed on the conquered coast, set out to starve the British people into submission. Nazi planes, now only a few minutes' flight from the English coast, set out to bomb the British people into submission. Britain hung on. They bombed railroads and factories to disrupt transportation and war production. They bombed by day, and when the Royal Air Force smashed more than 180 of the bombers out of the sky in one session, they bombed by night. The face of London changed. Historic landmarks disappeared. Night after night, London was left a sea of fire. Coventry. Air armadas appeared over these cities through the fall and winter of 1940 and well into the spring of 1941. Wreckage was cleared and production continued. A new army was created, equipped with new weapons. And Hitler, frustrated, turned east. If this were to be a long war, he would need Russian oil and Russian wheat. So he proclaimed himself anew the archenemy of communism, despite his earlier plea to the German people that National Socialism and communism could live side by side. Now he told them he didn't mean what he said before, but he did mean what he said before that. Military spokesman in Berlin said the Red Armies would be encircled and destroyed within 6 weeks. Its remnants would retreat back of the Urals. There the Japanese could deal with them at the proper time. Joseph Stalin rallied the Russian people. Soldiers and civilians responding with a unanimity that amazed a world that had heard much and knew little of them, rose to repel and harry the invaders. Working with whatever tools they could seize, working against time, men and women, old and young, carved these huge tank traps. Weapons were distributed to civilian guerrillas assigned to operate back of enemy lines. Anti-aircraft guns swung into place to battle Luftwaffe advance units. Here was the wheat that Hitler wanted, and Russian men, women, and children were determined to keep it out of his hands. They would have neither food nor shelter. Factories worked day and night, for the Russians knew this was a war of machines. Entire plants were moved east, complete with workers. Weapons of war poured out of these factories, and the Germans, as well as the rest of the world, discovered the Russians had tanks to meet tanks and planes to meet planes. The Russians retreated, but not without inflicting sizable casualties. German prisoners captured seemed shocked at the ruthless opposition they encountered. It had been different in France. Winter found the Russian army still intact. German casualties mounted until they were counted in the millions. Hitler's armies were not smashed in the winter campaign, but the Russians gained the initiative and held it. As the snows melted, Hitler was to meet new Russian armies and new machines as summer came to the 2,000-mile front. We were not sufficiently on the alert in Hawaii. The Japanese won a series of spectacular victories in the Pacific. Under General Douglas MacArthur, American and Filipino forces fought a fabulous delaying action in the Philippines. Manila was bombed, although it was declared an open city. Because of vast distances, it was impossible to send supplies or reinforcements, and Bataan fell, only when Americans and Filipinos had eaten their mules. General MacArthur established his headquarters in Australia, and as Commander-in-Chief of the United Nations forces in that area, prepared for the offensive that would develop inevitably. For despite setbacks, we had established a supply chain 6,000 miles across the Pacific that stretched to New Zealand. Like the other democracies, we were not prepared for total war. Fortunately, under the Lend-Lease Act of March 1941, we had set out to become the arsenal of the free and fighting nations. We were determined to supply them with our war goods, whether they could afford to pay or not. We were buying time. Time to convert the industries of peace into war. Time to make ships, merchant ships and warships. Time to make planes and more planes, bombers and fighters, faster, more powerful than any the world had ever seen. Time to make guns and more guns, shells and more shells, tanks and more tanks. Time to gather the huge strength which was ours, to pour the great riches of American earth into the cauldron of war. Iron, steel, oil, coal. Time to build a navy called upon to fight in both oceans and upon all the seas, to convoy men and weapons to Australia, to Britain, to the Middle East, to Russia. A navy that had already undertaken daring raids upon the Gilbert and Marshall Islands and braved Japanese waters, and had taken a heavy toll of the invading forces in the Makassar Straits, and had won the first battle in the Coral Sea. Time to expand a miniature professional army into a modern war machine. Time to take civilians gathered in a peacetime conscription while we were still debating, to mold them into soldiers, train them in the use of new weapons, new tactics. And we were buying time to weld the home front and the fighting front into one. For this was total war, and we realized victories were born in the production line. We needed more ships, more planes, more tanks, more guns, more shells. We were not fighting alone. 9 of the Pan American neighbors severed diplomatic relations with the Axis. Colombia, Bolivia, Brazil, Ecuador, Mexico, Paraguay, Peru, Uruguay, and Venezuela.
At this time, the issue is clearly drawn. There can be no peace until Hitlerism and its monstrous parasites are utterly obliterated, and until
9 of the Pan American nations declared war upon the aggressors. Cuba, Costa Rica, the Dominican Republic, El Salvador, Guatemala, Haiti, Honduras, Nicaragua, and Panama. Mexico joined these nations in June 1942. We were not fighting alone. Even in the conquered countries, the will to fight survived. Dutch, Belgians, Yugoslavs, Greeks, Czechs, Filipinos, Poles, Norwegians, 3 Frenchmen, all fought with us on the far-flung battlefield. Australians, New Zealanders, South Africans, Canadians. We were not fighting alone in this war of the people seeking a world without war for their children. Britain, growing steadily stronger in its 3rd year of war, sweeping the skies of conquered Europe, harassing the enemy with commando raids, sending forth huge armadas of bombers over German cities Hitler promised would never be attacked. Russia, fighting with an unparalleled tenacity, drawing upon inexhaustible reserves, asking no mercy and offering none. China, knowing the patience of an ancient civilization, surmounting handicaps that would have destroyed other nations, fighting on as it had fought alone. And the people of the United States, an angry people, whose resources and privileges were the envy of the world, offering these without stint, fighting in the factories and the foxholes, fighting in the jungles, the deserts, the frozen wastes, fighting on all the oceans, fighting for survival, fighting a war which would be hard and might be long, but which they would win.
Booster nozzle steering check and work.
20.
Firing chain is armed.
15.
Go for main engine start. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. All 3 engines up and burning. 2, 1, 0, and liftoff. The final liftoff of Atlantis on the shoulders of the space shuttle. America will continue the dream.
Roger, roll, Atlantis.
Houston now controlling the flight of Atlantis. The space shuttle spreads its wings one final time for the start of a sentimental journey into history. 24 seconds into the flight, roll program complete. Atlantis now heads down, wings level, on the proper alignment for its 8.5-minute ride to orbit. 4.5 million pounds of hardware and humans taking aim on the International Space Station. 40 seconds into the flight, the 3 liquid fuel main engines throttling back to 72% of rated performance in the bucket, reducing stress on the shuttle as it goes transonic for the final time. Engines now revving up, standing by for the throttle up call.
The astronaut program was born with the contribution of Canadarm. NASA invited us as well to fly astronauts on space shuttles, and there was a nice relationship that was developed throughout those years. We became participant in the biggest engineering project ever conceived by man. And it's unbelievable that we prepared so well for the launch of the Canadarm2 in 2001 with STS-100. And to come, during that mission where there is a major glitch with computers on the space station during the time where the shuttle was present.
When we have these last-minute issues come up and last-minute changes to the mission, we have to attack the problem. Common objective is get the mission done. We needed to rework our plan and spend extended hours testing these products and getting them delivered on time, so then we can do the final call to say that we are go for flight, and Canadarm2 can do the job.
I'm a mission controller, and my basic job is to fly the arm. We're the ones that send most of the commands from the ground. Depending on the operation, sometimes it's also the astronauts on the space station that do the flying of the arm, but even then, we're massively involved.
When an astronaut comes to the Canadian Space Agency for some training on the Canadarm2, we have a series of theoretical classes. One of the reasons it's somewhat renowned is that we're not afraid to tell these astronauts that, no, you did that wrong. Let's work on it, and we're going to do it the right way.
My prediction is that Canadarm3 will be a telescopic arm. So the segments, the arms, the upper and lower arms will be able to compress and fit in a smaller launch vehicle. Communication satellites that require refueling will be able to be serviced by Canadian technology. I predict Canadarm3, like Canadarm2, will outperform its predecessor.
Being able to say that, that guy or that woman who's up there operating the Canadarm2 in space, well, I trained that person.
When we saw Chris Hadfield and his American partner on doing the balls, deploying the arms, and commenting about it, it was a moment, again, of pride, but also of accomplishment.
You participate in operations that you basically build, and then the astronauts call down to thank you by name. It's something very remarkable to participate in things like that.
My team and I have probably the coolest job in Canada, or I would even venture in Earth. We get to operate the Canadarm2, and we have been doing so for the past 10 years. Not only that, but since 2005, we are able to control the Canadarm2 from the ground, and in that way we're able to basically help the astronauts do their job more efficiently while allowing us to basically play like big kids.
This is the Don Soyuz simulator where we learn how to do rendezvous, manually flying in to dock with the International Space Station. Don is the River Don in Russia. I think it's also where the simulator itself is manufactured. We work inside.
Сейчас дальность 170. Hi, I'd like a large pizza with double cheese, pepperoni, and mushrooms. International Space Station. Yeah, that's right. Huh. They don't deliver. Of course. When you live in space, things like planning and cooking and serving and doing the dishes are a little different. With the demands of spacewalks, science experiments, and managing the station, we have to stay in top physical condition. And a balanced diet is critical for all of us. At the Canadian Space Agency's interactive exhibit, Living in Space, you'll be able to experience all the aspects of mealtime in a microgravity environment. Use the touch table to pick your food and figure out how to prepare it. Visit this site to find out more about living in space. And hey, let me know if you find pizza on the menu. See you at Living in Space. When you're living in space, you're busy with experiments, robotics work, station maintenance, and even spacewalks, but you also have free time. Time to watch the world go by at 28,000 kilometers an hour while playing a little 12-bar. But you can't just throw an amp and your favorite accent pedals into a launch vehicle for a lot of good reasons. Weight, physical space, safety. So we cooked up a very special guitar that would be perfect for me and my musical friends and played it for hours and hours on the Mir space station. Visit the Canadian Space Agency's interactive exhibit, Living in Space, and you'll meet the space guitar, which plays remarkably well considering she has about 605 million kilometers on it. Visit this site to find out more. I think you'll learn that living on the space station may include downtime, but it might as well be a good time. See you at Living in Space.
I remember sitting in my primary school gym and watching TV all there with the little kids. And we'd see the astronauts put on their spacesuit, get on the rocket takes off, and then we'd see them walking on the moon or driving that lunar Jeep. I remember being in that gym and thinking, this is so cool. I'd love to do that. It didn't matter if this looked like something I could never reach. This is what I wanted to do. So the impact of the Apollo mission on me have been immense, and that's why I'm here today.
Kazakhstan. The town used to be called Tyuratam. Under President Yeltsin, it was changed to Baikonur. This has been the site of all the Russian launches since Yuri Gagarin's Sputnik. They've all been here, on the steppes, on the prairies of Baikonur, Kazakhstan, which carries on as far into the distance as the eye can see. As the space station and the Soyuz fly overhead, they're tracked from the ground. That's how we figure out exactly where they are in orbit. The most accurate of the Russian ground trackers are here in Baikonur, Kazakhstan. They call it the Tyuratam site. Those are two of the big antennas pointed at the sky that track the spaceships as they pass over. Figure out all the mathematics, and then we can tell exactly where the Soyuz is, where the space station is, so that we can figure out how to fire the engines and do a rendezvous and a docking between them. Hi, I'm Chris Hadfield. I'm at the Canada Aviation and Space Museum in Ottawa, where the Canadian Space Agency has launched a very special exhibition called Living in Space. Let's check it out. It takes an hour and a half for the International Space Station to circle the Earth. Every day, astronauts in space get to see 16 sunrises and sunsets, and so can you. 8 Canadian astronauts have been to space, and you can find their real handprints around this planet. When you put your hand here, you'll see an image of the astronaut. Think you can move Canadarm2 around the station? Test your robotic skills on this simulator. It's inspired by the one astronauts use on the station. Here's the guitar I brought with me on board the Mir space station in 1995. It's been on quite a world tour, and it still sounds great, despite the 605 million kilometers it's traveled around the Earth. Try your hand at guitar playing. Press the strings to play the song that my brother wrote for my first space mission, Big Smoke. Astronauts share meals on the space station. We gather around a table like this one and talk about our homeland, and you can create your own astronaut meal. But just like in space, be careful. Your food may float away. Simple things like exercising, eating, even going to the bathroom can be challenging in space. Here, you'll learn about how our body reacts to weightlessness and how astronauts adapt through exercise. These are like the space bike and weight machine I'll be using when I live on the station. Drop by the Canada Aviation and Space Museum to experience what it's like to live in space. And keep checking the Canadian Space Agency website. The exhibition will travel across Canada and may be coming to a science center or museum in your community soon.
We're in Baikonur, Kazakhstan at the launch pad. Behind me, the Soyuz is just being raised to vertical. It's come out here on the train this morning. In about 5 minutes, we'll have it pointed at the sky. It's going to get lowered down into the lifting mechanism. And then over the next day and a half, we'll refuel it, fill it up with kerosene and oxygen. Good morning. It's time for a simulator. I'm in Star City, Russia. It's cold. It's about 20 below. And I'm just on my way over to the simulator right now in the Soyuz. We're going to be learning about the digital motion control system, looking at all the indications and getting ready for the exam that I have next week. It's a beautiful, sunny dawn in Russia. Into the simulation building. We're using the backup entrance today because they're doing rebuilding at the front entrance. Into the simulator hall. The toilet trainer. Центр подготовки космонавтов, the Cosmonaut Training Center, Yuri Gagarin, CPK. Sitting in the Soyuz seat. Knees up to your chest. The Soyuz simulator. Working in the Soyuz simulator. This lets me talk to mission control. It's kind of a jam seat. I'm sitting in the commander seat while Romanenko will be sitting. Displays are up in front of me. Хорошо. Да, я слышу, как тикси, да? Хорошо. So this is the Soyuz TMAM simulator. It's got a great layout. It's just like the real vehicle. This hatch doesn't really exist, but it's what we use here inside the training system. Once you're inside, it's extremely realistic. The displays are right, the computers are right, the sounds are right, and you get to work all through the procedures and really understand, in this case, what the motion control system works like, but all of the systems, the life support system, the thrusting system, all of it. This is where we work. This is where the crucible is really tested. And once you get done in here, you can go to space for real. Good morning from the Neutral Buoyancy Lab. All of the gear that we're going to be wearing is over on the far side under the Canada flag. This pool is 15 meters deep and it allows us to simulate weightlessness. And today I'm going to be underwater for about 5 or 6 hours, practicing spacewalking, working with another astronaut, and reacquainting myself with the spacewalking suit. So this is the EMU, the Extravehicular Mobility Unit. It is different than the Russian Orlan. This one you climb in through the bottom and then build the suit around you. The Orlan, it's like getting into a little car or something. You open the back, you slide yourself in, and pull the door shut behind you. This one has more mobility. The Orlan has a lot more simplicity for on-orbit ops.
Yes, sir. We're ready to install the helm.
Not so good for this. The gloves are all right, but they're worse when they're pressurized. Right now I can manipulate this pretty well.
There you go. How do I know you're looking at me first? Yeah.
Okay.
You guys want to come
I'm now taking. Hi, Chris Hadfield here. We're at the Neutral Buoyancy Lab. This is the underwater training facility where we learn how to do spacewalks. And in a few days I'm going to be underwater practicing and teaching another astronaut, one of the new astronauts, one of David and Jeremy's classmates, about spacewalking, practicing, keeping my own skills fresh here underwater in Houston, Texas. At the Neutral Buoyancy Lab, we do a lot of training, of course, before we get in the water. Our tools are all laid out for us to train with, including mock-ups of the Canadarm and all of our various equipment that we need to learn how to use to be able to successfully walk in space, all laid out on tables. And we go through them one by one. We have all the various joints of the Canadarm that the crew might have to work with, replacing cameras. In the foreground are several of the big boxes that are on the space station that we might have to change out as they break over time on board the space station. If you have your feet in the portable foot restraint and you want to turn, you can kick one foot out, step on the yaw pad, and the whole articulating portable foot restraint will turn. And if you want to roll in a different axis, then you can roll it left and right. The tools we use in space go from extremely simple, like this wire tie that we just loop around things and hold on. The Russians had that idea, the wire tie, very simple, to pretty straightforward, like a ratchet, where you got to turn the ratchet and it's got a handle for you, nice socket ratchet set, right through to some pretty complicated tools that are used for locking down the doors of the space shuttle or similar equipment that we use on the space station. A lot of the tools are made of metal. Trouble is, when you get in the water, the metal is still more dense than water, so it pulls you to the bottom of the pool. So some of the heavier tools, like our big drill, our big pistol grip tool, we make out of plastic. That way when you get in the pool, it has the same density as the water. It doesn't float, it doesn't sink. And when you really have to use a tool, the divers will just give you a high-fidelity working tool, and you can take off the plastic one. It's a compromise, but it works with simulation. hoses and clamps and connectors. The space station is cooled with ammonia. It has...
Hey, we're in the Soyuz sim right now. And just give you a quick look around from inside the Soyuz simulator. Raise. The door's just getting open. It's about time to get out. I've been working in here for several hours, wearing my headset so I can talk to Mission Control using all of my checklists, including the one in my lap. But now it's time to get out and debrief.
Все? Снимай, снимай, как купол гаснет. Пошли.
Все время, все спокойно. Все время было. Да.
Его не будем переворачивать, так и будет.
Спасибо, мы спокойно сидим и ждем. До свидания, спасибо большое за поддержку паруса.
Они летели?
Да. Там есть, your side there was a person there, but...
Все, видно эвакуацию, ты видно. Придержи его. Олег, также его сажай, и он переносит ноги сюда на носилки. Так, идет эвакуация борт-инженера номер 1, Роберта Девина. Я надеюсь, что наблюдаете. Не спеши, не спеши. А нет, Кирс, Роберт Кирс, извините. Поехали. Эвакуация Кирска. Тихо, тихо, стоп. Похлопали, товарищи. Сейчас, секунду. Еще влево, таз. Вон там, придержись, не стравливай, придерживай. Стопу придерживайся. Все, эвакуация. От машины отходим. Давай вот так. Сейчас приступаем к эвакуации Девина.
Машите эту кучку.
Как самочувствие, нормально?
Все нормально, спасибо.
Понравилось?
Я чувствую сильный корабль Союза. Очень хороший корабль. Все нормально.
Illinois on board. Copy.
4 minutes, 20 seconds into the flight. This view inside the Soyuz capsule showing Canadian Space Agency astronaut Bob Thirsk on the left and Prussian cosmonaut and Soyuz commander Roman Romanenko on the right. Out of view, European Space Agency astronaut Frank Duena.
On my first mission, STS-96, we were the first team to manually fly the shuttle, the commander, to dock manually to the International Space Station. It was unbelievable, and it was so big. Compared to what it is today, it is really small, what I saw 10 years ago. Now it's the size of 2 football fields. It is going to be absolutely extraordinary to dock to the International Space Station this time around. Another thing I really look forward is the opportunity to fly Canadarm2, the big arm, like we call it. The arms are quite different. The shuttle arm operates differently than the Canadarm2. They're not exactly made mechanically the same. They don't operate the same. So I'm really looking forward to see the difference, and this will be particularly fun, of course, because I'm Canadian, and this is our big contribution to the International Space Station. So I look forward to come back on the ground and talk about it.
Catching a football may seem pretty simple, but it's actually a complex choreography of signals to and from the brain, which remotely controls all those fine motor responses in your hands. In space, part of our job is to use Canadarm2 to perform cosmic catches, grabbing and securing cargo ships and docking them to the International Space Station. This job of catching, grappling, and securing requires the use of something you'll find very familiar: joysticks. In video games, you can always restart after an error, but in space, the stakes are very high. Fumble a payload or miss a maneuver, and the consequences can be very grave. How would you like to get first-hand experience in manipulating Canadarm2? Visit the Canadian Space Agency's interactive exhibit, Living in Space, and you'll be able to use a very sophisticated simulator to perform your own space mission. Visit this site to find out more. It's tricky at first, but so is this. It's all just a matter of practice. See you at Living in Space.